The Commission resumes. This morning we were told that Mr. Semenya intended to cross-examine on the report of Mr. Hendricks. It was not realized that that was not an exhibit. So we were asked to delay coming into the auditorium. Little copies had been prepared and been distributed. And as you saw, about 30 seconds ago, a copy was placed on the table in front of us, so we can now begin. I'm sorry about the delay. Apologize to those who have been waiting here since 9:30. Is nog steeds aan die eet, meneer generaal?
Yaxolisa ke usihlalo ngokuba sizoqala emva kwexesha uthi ke khona nje into besenza kodwa khona amanye amaqoqo abekwe apha etafileni azosetyenziswa namhlanje avela kwabase South African Police Service.
Mr. Semenya, before you continue with your cross-examination, your examination in chief, I want to welcome Mr. Johnson, who's with us. He was sworn in this morning as an interpreter, and he will interpret from Afrikaans to English. And the two other interpreters who've been helping us will take turns to interpret from English or Afrikaans to isiXhosa.
Uthathe lithuba kakhona usihlalo ukwamkela ke umhlekazi Johnson lo uyitoliki kodwa yena uzobethatha into ezawuthethwa ngesibhulu ayiguqule ayise pha esingesini ke thina siphinde kakhona siguqulele isiXhoseni.
You may now proceed.
Thank you, Chair. We now propose to deal with the statement of Mr. Hendricks, and perhaps Ms. Pillay will ably tell us what exhibit that will be.
I'm delegated to say triple G2.
Triple G2.
I've been authorized to say triple G2, Chair.
Triple G2.
It is so marked.
Can I invite the General?
I take it the witness has had an opportunity to see the document. You consulted with him on it. And I see it's 20 pages with annexes.
Indeed, Chair.
Uzathonoba ke wingqina nalo linalo oluqephu phambi kwakhe.
General, can I invite you to go to page 13 of triple T2?
Ucela ke ukusiya kuphepha u13 oluqephu.
There Mr. Hendricks makes the following comment against subparagraph 21.1. He says Operation Platinum, that would refer to the plan, is not consistent with the crowd management model in that it is only concerned with the actual gathering, particularly the flashpoint, and not the three phases in the time axis, i.e. the prevention or conflict resolution.
Uthi ke ngoku xa ijonge ngoku isicwangciso esenziweyo asihambisani ke kunolawulo lwezihlwele into esijonge kuyo qha kukubona imbutho le yayipha asijongi kakhulu sigxininise kulento yokuthintela okanye ukunqanda.
What's your comment, General?
Phefumla uthini kulonto, General?
Voorsitter, die konsep van prevention is 'n taamlike vreemde woord vir my. Ek sien dit as 'n tipe van 'n proaktiewe aksie anders dan prevention. Maar hoe dit ook al sy, soos wat ek dit lees in die konteks van meneer Hendricks se verklaring.
Mr. Chairperson, I'm still uncomfortable. Can I just have some time to relax? Please, I've just arrived and I've not yet settled.
The way forward is, if Mr. Mshangu doesn't mind carrying on for a little bit, so that Mr. Johnson can get accustomed to the proceedings and how things are working, and then when he feels more confident to proceed, he can do so. We will continue, as we did yesterday, in monitoring the situation.
Ke uzawumbambela uba uMahlangu ukwenzela into bazobona uba senza okanye sebenza ngoluphi uhlobo apha emva koko uzawuqhubekeka xa eziva ngokuba ulungele uba angakwazi ukuthenza umsebenzi wakhe.
Shall we try again? The criticism is that the plan did not have the time access that should exist in a plan such as that one, i.e., it does not have the 4 phases that would be prevention, de-escalation, and debriefing.
Uthi ke into ezingekhoyo phaa kwesa sicwangciso izinto ezibalulekile funeka zibekho kuyo yilena ke uyokuthintela kwaye nokwenza imeko ukuba idambe kwaye nokunqanda kakhona zonke izinto azikho phaa kwesa sicwangciso.
Voorsitter, soos ek verduidelik het, die konsep is vir my vreemd, maar ek sien dit as 'n proaktiewe voorkomende optrede waarna meneer Hendriks verwys.
The concept Mr. Hendriks is referring to is to me a strange concept. I see it as a prevention rather than a prevention.
Uthi ke into engaqhelekanga la thetha ngayo kodwa indawo uba ibe into yokuba kuthenjwe isenzo kodwa yindlela ke yokunqanda.
In relation to Marikana.
Can you repeat the last sentence, Major General? I'm not sure that it was precisely captured in the translation we got.
Voorsitter, met graagte, ja, ek sien dit eerder as 'n kombinasie van proaktiewe en voorkomende optrede so half gekombineerd.
A combination?
As a combination of proactive and preventative action.
That is reg.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Ziye zadityaniswa zonke ezinokuba ubone njengenyathelo lokwenza ithatha inyathelo kwakhona nelokuthintela.
Maar voorsitter, in die konteks van hoe hy dit ingesit is, sien ek dit ook dan as aktiwiteite lank voordat daar enige so insident is.
Ek is jammer as jy dit kan herhaal.
Dis aktiwiteite voor die aanvang van die insident, so dan kan ek sê voor die 10de Augustus.
Before the commencement of the action, that is before the 10th of August.
Zizinto ke uku ezizazenzo ke ezazi ngaphambi komhla we-10 ka-August.
Chairperson, my learned friend has just been reading on 21.1, and he said, i.e., prevention, and that doesn't appear in what we have. Does he have a separate?
The witness, as I understand it, said that's the way witnesses understood him. Said that's the way he understood what 21.1 is talking about. Where you talk about the 3 phases of the time axis, and not just the actual gathering. Then there are other things that go before, and then he explained what he understands that to mean. I don't think we'll find out.
Can I assist?
I don't think that there's any other document that they've got that we haven't got, but if I'm wrong, we'll be corrected quickly. Mr. Berger?
Chair, I share my learned friends' frustration. Those words come, I think, from page 4 in paragraph 13, but I haven't had the benefit of reading the document. I get shown the document when we start hearing evidence, the witness is prepared, and the cross-examiner is prepared, and it really makes the process very difficult.
The chief is prepared. There's a difference.
Well, it's not always a difference in this inquiry, but I take your guidance, Chair.
I'm happy to give it to you. Yes, when was this document, in fact, circulated? This morning. Because I see it's dated the 1st of February. I was present in chambers this morning and told that it was thought it had already been handed as an exhibit, and therefore I was asked to wait until it had been copied and distributed. But
Chair, the Hendrick statement has been distributed since the 3rd of February this year.
That's the document we have now.
That's correct. That's triple G1, triple G2. Yes.
So that's your answer, Mr. Berger.
No, with respect not, Chair. With this was distributed thousands of documents over the time. We weren't aware that this document is going to be addressed today. So we spent last night not preparing on this.
So we also asked as commissioners whether documents that were going to be referred to could be given to us the day before, so we could spend the evening beforehand preparing. That didn't happen. But the solution, I think, is not to waste time. Let Mr. Semenya proceed for the moment. If anyone who is cross-examining feels prejudiced thereby and wishes extra time, an application can be made and will be considered. But Mr. Semenya, I think you'll appreciate the points that have been raised are points of substance. And I take it you'll do your best to ensure in the future we don't have problems of this kind.
Chair, we give notice immediately that in the conduct of these hearings, we will use from time to time all documents that have been discovered by all the parties.
That's good enough. Mr. Berger has said that thousands of documents have been discovered. So to say that Mr. Berger must spend the evening before you continue with examination in chief going through the hard drive and looking at thousands of documents is not a practical way of moving forward. But apart from that, we, the Commission, haven't considered it advisable to study all the documents on the hard drive, and so we've asked that where documents are going to be referred to, they should be given to us the day before so we can prepare and make a meaningful contribution to the proceedings. So I think you must bear that in mind in future, please, Mr. Semenya.
Kodwa ke xa lizosetyenziswa ixwebhu funeka baxelelwe kuselixesha bakuzokusetyenziswa apho amaxwebhu na.
General, let's go to page 4 so that we can accommodate Mr. Msimang.
Masiye ke kuphepha lesine.
Against paragraph 12 says Mr. Hendricks there, crowd management as opposed to crowd control model understands public order policing in terms of a time axis, which can be split into 3 phases.
Kuthiwa ke ngoku ukulawulwa kwezikrele kohlukile ke ngoku naseko ukuba controller ngamanye amazwi abantu ngokuba ke ngoku kwexesha ngokwento ye-public order policing ilento ingahlukaniswa okanye yenziwe ke ngoku ibe luzinga okanye amanqanaba amathathu.
Preparation or planning,
ukuzilungiselela okanye izicwangciso,
the gathering,
ukubuthana,
and the aftermath.
Nento eza kwenzeka emva koko.
And then says those are split against paragraph 13. There are 4 phases in any crowd management event.
Kuthiwa xa kulawula izihlwele ke kukho amanqanaba amane.
Prevention,
ukuthintela,
prevention,
ukudambisa,
de-escalation,
ukudambisa
and debriefing.
Nokukhupha ingxelo.
With that in mind arises some of the criticism of the plan which we see on page 13.
Kupha kuphepha 13 ke kuvela izinto apho ke isicwangciso sigxekwa khona.
And the criticism is that Operation Platinum, which is the plan, does not
Operation Platinum le isicwangciso
does not involve prevention. Now, General, you are giving us an answer to that.
Asiquki ke le ngolesimzini ibiza prevention kodwa wena sewusiphendulile kuleyo.
Voorsitter, dankie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Addisioneel tot die getuienis wat ek reeds gelewer het op die punt. Addisioneel tot die getuienis wat ek reeds gelewer het op die punt.
Additional to the evidence that I've already given on this point.
Manzongeza kubungqina bese kukhutshiwe ke kulomba.
Ek bevestig dat ek eers op die 13de
Augustus
gearriveer het.
I only arrived on the 13th of August.
Ndoba ke ndifike pha ngomhla we-13 August.
En dan as ek die woord in Afrikaans kan vertaal sodat ek het verstaan, die prevensie aksies was dan
If
uiteraard.
I can explain the word in Afrikaans, prevention.
Ukuba ke ndingachaza ke
voorkoming.
There's a difference between prevention and prevention. It's a technical term apparently used by Colonel Hendricks and his colleagues. So we must listen carefully to the distinction between prevention and prevention. Yes, please carry on, Major General.
Voorsitter, ja, dis aktiwiteite wat dan uiteraard moes plaasgevind het, selfs maande en weke voordat ek gearriveer het.
Activities that should have taken place months before my arrival.
Izinto befuneka zenzeke inyanga ngaphambi kokuba ndifike apho.
Maar in gesprekvoering met spesifiek generaal-majoor Mpembe,
but in discussion specifically with General Mpembe,
kodwa kwingxoxo endaba nazo ke noGeneral Mpembe,
het hy my verseker dat daar,
he assured me,
wanqinisekisa
forums in plek is,
before we're in place,
forums,
i-form ezo.
Hy het pertinent verwys na die Marikana Gemeenskap Polisieeringsforum.
He referred to the Marikana Policing Forum.
Wabhekisa ke ngoku kwi-forum yamapolisa yeMarikana.
En hy het ook gemeld dat daar 'n probleem was synde.
He also mentioned that there were problems,
watsho kwakhona ukuba kwakho ingxaki,
namely,
ingako ezilandelayo,
dat lede van die uitvoerende komitee van hierdie forum,
that members of the executive of this forum,
amalungu ke ngoku ale forum,
wat lede van die breër gemeenskap is,
who are members of the broader community,
ngamalungu ke ngoku ngabantu basekuhlaleni,
was aktief betrokke by hierdie staking,
were actively involved in the strike.
Nabo babethatha inxaxheba phaa kuqhankqalazo.
Hy het my ook verwys na 'n plaaslike owerheid forum.
He also referred me to a local authority forum.
Wandisaka khona ke ngoku kwiyaselokishini ke ngoku i-forum leyo,
wat hy na verwys het as 'n konflikresolusie forum,
to which he referred to as a conflict resolution forum.
Le forum kuthiwa yiyo ke isombulula ke ngoku imbambano,
wat deur 'n direkteur of 'n direksie binne in hierdie plaaslike owerheid bedryf was,
which is being driven by a director or a directorate within this forum.
abayilawulayo.
Ek het ongelukkig nie meer detail oor die,
I unfortunately do not have details about
ngelishwa ke andinalwazi ke lupheleleyo ngayo,
oor wat dit presies behels nie, en ek dink generaal Mpembe kan meer duidelikheid
about what it all involves. I think General Mpembe would be in a better position to enlighten on this.
Ndicinga uba uGeneral Mpembe nguye ongakwazi uyicacisa kakuhle.
After this has been interpreted, is he closer? Karen, carry on interpreting. Have you finished interpreting?
I am finished.
I would be grateful if you, Mr. Semenya, if you could tell us the difference between prevention and prevention, because I'm not quite sure about it myself, and I suspect that many of the other people present in the auditorium share my difficulty.
I also had that problem, unfortunately, and I was about to ask the chairperson.
As the chair says, this seems to be a concept of a particular meaning. Mr. Hendricks seems to deal with it against paragraph 21.2.1.1 as steps which he says may have been taken as a prevention method. Firstly, he says that this would have included meetings with and establishing relationships with the relevant stakeholders, including the trade unions, loanmen management, and community leaders.
Lenda kuyayichaza apha ku-21.2.1.1 awuthetha ngentlanganiso ke ngoku nokuba kubekho ubudlelano ke ngoku nabo babandakanyekayo. Loo nto iquka ke ngoku imibutho imanyano yabasebenzi kunye nabaphathi be-loanmen kwakunye neenkokheli zasekuhlaleni.
As my learned junior says, it may relate to proactive prevention.
That seems to be reasonably clear. I hope that the people sitting in the auditorium understand it as
uqimba ke nabantu abahleli bazokumamela bayayiva le nkcazelo.
All right. Is there anything else you want to say about this, Mr. Menya? All right. So shall we carry on then in the meanwhile?
Singaqhubekeka.
Voorsitter, dankie. Dan
thank you, Mr. Chairperson.
Ek sien meneer Hendricks verwys na patrollering van die area.
I see Mr. Hendricks refers to patrolling the area.
uyabona ke Mr Hendricks uthetha ngokuya kuhamba okanye ukupatrola kulaa ndawo.
Before we deal with that, shall we deal with 21.2.1.2, which is setting up contact and negotiation channels between the different parties and the SAPS?
Apho ke ngoku kuthapha kuthethwa ngokwenza uyithethathethano nokuba kufuneka ibe kwindlela apho kuzawubakho indlela yokuqhagamshelana yothethathethano. Ayibona?
Voorsitter, dit het verseker plaasgevind as ek kan verwys na generaal Mpembe se.
If I may mention, Chairperson, this could have taken place during Mr. General Mpembe's.
Uba ndingatsho ke ngoku oba ngexesha ke ubiza le nto ibiza kwenzeka ke xa uGeneral Mpembe
Sy interaksie met Lonmin, met AMCU en met NUM.
During his interaction with Lonmin, AMCU and NUM.
Nendibano kunye neLonmin neAMCU kunye neNUM.
Maar ek verstaan ook dat dit nie die eerste interaksie was tussen die polisie en Lonmin byvoorbeeld of dan.
But I understand it was the first interaction between Lonmin and
of die unies nie.
And all the unions.
Kodwa ndiyaqonda uba okokuqala yaba yindibano ephakathi kweLonmin kwakunye neemanyano zabasebenzi.
En dat daar vorige interaksies was pertinent tussen Lonmin en
and that there were
provinsiale bestuur.
Previous interventions between Lonmin and the provincial management.
Kwaba ke ngoku nenye indaba ekhona phakathi kweLonmin kwakunye ke ngoku nabaphathi ke abakwiphondo.
Patrol in the area?
Ukupatrola ke ukulangeni.
Die voorsitter, dis 'n sektorpolisieringskonsep.
Mr. Chairperson, it's a sector policing concept.
Into ke ngoku ngumbono yamapolisa ecandelo.
En is deel van die benadering wat ons het in die polisie tot misdaadbekamping en voorkoming.
Of the approach we as police have in preventing criminal activities.
Nento esiyenzayo thina amapolisa ukuthintela ke ngoku ulwaphulomthetho.
Met die ontplooiing vanaf pertinent die 14de wat ek oor kan getuig.
With the deployment pertinently from the 14th, which I can give evidence about.
Nokuthunyelwa kwa babeza usebenza ke ngomhla we-14 into endinganika ubungqina ngayo.
Het ons addisionele patrollies daar gestel ook in 'n sektorpolisieering konsepmodel.
We deployed additional we had additional deployment.
Saphinda ke ngoku sathumela abanye ngomhla we-14.
This were patrols in a sector policing model, I think you said.
Dit ons gedoen deur die hele gebied, die groter Marikana gebied het ons opgedeel in zones.
We did that by dividing the bigger area of Marikana into zones.
Ke ngoku sayenza loo nto ngokwahlukanisa indawo enkulu yeMarikana ukuba ibe zindawana nje ezincinci.
Dit het 'n hoër sigbaarheid daar gestel.
It made it possible high visibility.
We put in place a high visibility.
Visibility, yes.
Was het daar gestel?
Dis korrek, meneer voorsitter.
That is so, Mr. Chairperson.
Senza ke into babonakala ngendlela engamandla.
En dit het ook die polisie die geleentheid gegee om van verskeie punte af te reageer.
Also gave the police the chance to react from different points.
Yanika namapolisi ithuba into bakwazi ukusebenza ke bekwindawo ezahlukeneyo.
Ek het vroeër in my getuienis pertinent verwys na die hoër sigbaarheid op die pertinente roetes van busse.
Earlier in my evidence I referred to the high visibility and the routes.
Bunqini bam ndithethe ke ngoku
the bus routes.
Indlela ke yokubonakala kwakunye nendlela ibhasi ezihamba kuyo.
Maar ook die tipiese werkersroetes, so die roetes wat die mense gebruik.
And typically the workers routes, the roads that workers used to.
Ingakumbi ke ngoku indlela abo ezabasebenzi bahamba kuzo.
Om na en van hulle werkstasies te beweeg.
To go to and to return from their workstations.
Izindlela ke bazisebenzisa xa besiya naxa bebuya emisebenzini.
Then Mr. Hendricks lists a whole range of things on page 14, including setting up a working group with the aim to study and propose preventative measures.
Ngoku ke ngokuthetha ngenye into ke ngoku yena apha kwiphepha u-14 umhlekazi Hendricks into ba ukubeka iqela eli labasebenzayo ngenjongo yokufunda nokuveza amanyathelo azawuza athintele.
Voorsitter, daar was so 'n werkgroep, ek het ook verwys na die GPF en na die plaaslike owerheid.
Mr. Chairperson, there was such a working group. I referred to the GPF.
Lalikhona elo qela lisebenzayo ke ndiye ndathetha nge-GPF.
Ook die samesprekings met generaal Mpembe, Lonmin en dan die unies.
And also the discussions between General Mpembe and the unions.
Nengxoxo yayiphakathi kaGeneral Mpembe ne-union.
Discussions between General Mpembe, Lonmin and the unions.
I committed Lonmin and the unions, yes.
Kunye no-Lonmin kwazo ngxoxo ezo.
En dan ook die beplanning wat ons gedoen het.
And also the planning that we did.
Nesicwangciso ke ngoku esisasisenza.
Toe ook gekyk na voorkomende maatreëls.
We looked at the preventive measures.
Siye sajonga kumanyathelo ke ngoku okuthintela.
Maar dit het ook ingesluit die sekuriteit van Lonmin.
Also involved the security of Lonmin.
Lonto yaquka nonogada baseLonmin.
In terme van kontrolepunte wat hulle op verskeie roetes.
In terms of control points which were to man on routes. Certain routes.
Sasawuthi sibe nolawula ngayo kwindlela ezithile.
Hulle die kontrolepunte beman.
They were manning the control points.
Kwakho indawo ke ngoku apho kwakuzawulalwa khona.
Hulle was dan ook daardeur was ons oë en ore gewees.
In so doing, they became our ears and our eyes.
Ngokwenza njalo bona baba zindlebe zethu namehlo ethu.
En hulle het ook vir ons attent gemaak deur hulle CCTV wat hulle gemoniteer het.
And they also kept us updated about with their TV.
Babehleli ke ngoku besinika besixelela ke ngoku bakwenzeka ntoni bejonge phaa kwi-CCTV zabo.
In terme van groeperings of insidente.
In terms of groupings or incidents.
Ngokweembutho ezo kwakunye nezehlo.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Nkosi sihlalo.
Mr. Hendricks also refers to consulting with the police minister. I don't know what he means by that, but do you normally consult with the minister of police in relation to operations?
Apha ke ngoku yena umhlekazi Hendricks uthetha ke ngoku nokuba nodibana ndlebe kwakunye nomphathiswa wamapolisa xa kukho i-operation niyayenza into lolo hlobo.
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Chairperson.
Hayi sihlalo.
There are no police prescripts that require consultation with the minister in relation to operations, is there?
Akukho ke ngoku imimiselo okanye imithetho yamapolisa enyanzelisa into yokuba nibe nonxulumano nomphathiswa xa kukho i-operation.
Nee, voorsitter.
No, Chairperson.
Hayi sihlalo.
Mr. Hendricks says there ought to have been also gathering of appropriate intelligence. As a matter of fact, was this done?
Uthi ke uHendricks bekufuneka ngoku kufunyanwe lonke ulwazi oluvela ke kuyintloli. Ndifuna ukwazi ke kuwe uba loo nto yenzeka na.
Ek merk dit so op, dis reg.
I see it was, yes, it's correct.
Ewe, yaba njalo, kunjalo.
Was there any intelligence gathered?
Ikhona ulwazi ke enalifumana oluvela kwintloli.
Voorsitter, daar was intelligensie wat versamel was.
Chairperson, there was intelligence gathered.
Ewe, lukhona ulwazi olwafumanekayo.
Maar ek het ook verduidelik die pertinente probleme wat ons gehad het.
But I also mentioned the pertinent problems that we encountered.
Ndiye ndazitsho ke nengxaki esajongana nazo ezazicacile.
Nee, voorsitter, ek weet nie of ek dit weer moet herhaal, weer in detail moet ingaan.
I don't know if it's necessary, Mr. Chairperson, for me to explain it in detail again.
He dealt with that in his evidence before. Having set out what is desirable in para 21.2, Mr. Hendricks, I see, goes on to deal with his criticisms later on. And in relation to information, he doesn't say there was no information gathered. His complaint in 21.5 is there was scant and inadequate information, and that's the point the witnesses really dealt with. He explained the problems they had and so forth. So I don't know if it's necessary to deal with this as fully as you are at the moment, but I don't want to hamper you in presenting your case. But I am entitled to advise from time to time.
I heed the advice. So let's just go to page 15, General.
Masiye kuphepha ke u-15.
There you'll see Mr. Hendricks is dealing with preventive measures.
Siyabona ke ngoku apha uHendricks uthetha ngamanyathelo ke ngoku okuthintela.
And says those who have included actively and visibly pursuing criminal investigations into the events on Monday and effecting arrests. I just want to know whether, as a matter of fact, this happened or did not.
Uthi ke ngoku lonto yayizawuquka into yokuba ke ngoku kwenzwe uphando ke ngoku ngokwezehlo engakumbi ezenzeke ngomvulo kwaye kubekho ababanjwayo. Ndifuna ukwazi ke kuwe ukuba lonto leyo yenzeka na.
Voorsitter, daar's 'n speerspan, substansiële speerspan.
There was a substantial investigating team, Mr. Chairperson.
Ewe lalikhona eliqela ke lalisenza uphando.
Wat ondersoek doen na die gebeure nie net op die maandag nie.
Who are conducting investigations to the happenings not only on Monday.
Abenza uphando hayi ngezehlo qha zangomvulo okanye ngomvulo qha.
Maar vooraf gebeure wat insluit ander moorde.
But events that took place before then, like previous murders.
Kodwa nangezehlo zazizeke ngaphambili njengoko kwakho ukubulawa kwenzekayo.
Gevalle van ernstige aanranding en aanranding.
Incidents of serious assaults and assaults.
Izehlo ke ezifana nokuhlasela ngokumasikizi.
Intimidasie en saakbeskadiging.
Intimidation and damage to property.
Ugrogisa kunye nomonakalo kwimpahla.
Voorsitter, ek weet daar was ook arrestasies uitgevoer.
I know, Mr. Chairperson, that there were arrests effected.
Ndiyazi ndoba ke kukho ababanjwayo.
Well, in relation to the 13th, we will talk to General Mpembe whether or not there was any debriefing. But the other thing that Mr. Hendricks refers to is that there ought to have been identified leaders of the miners and if necessary taking action against them.
Kuthiwa ke kubefuneke kujongwe ke ngoku iinkokheli zifunwe ezaba ke ngoku basebenza emgodini kwaye zithathelwe amanyathelo.
Do you know if there were any attempts at identifying the leaders of the miners?
Uyazi ba wazi kukho imizamo yenziwayo ukuzama ukubona uba iinkokheli ezaba basebenza emgodini ngobani na?
Voorsitter, daar was verseker, daar was ook 'n groot span.
Certainly, Mr. Chairperson, there was a big span, big team.
Ngokuqinisekileyo ke lalikhona elo qela ke.
Van intelligensie analiste.
Of in intelligence analysts.
Aba ke ngoku babehlalutya bona.
Maar ook versamelaars.
And also people gathering information.
Aba ke ngoku babehamba befuna ulwazi.
En hulle het nou saamgewerk met die ondersoekbeamptes.
They were working in conjunction with the investigating officers.
Babesebenzisana ke nabacuphi.
En ook met lawmen om potensieel hierdie individue te identifiseer.
And also with lawmen to identify the people in question.
Baselonmini kwenzela bazokwazi ukubabona ubafanisa abo bantu.
There are other criticisms Mr. Hendricks makes which were also made by Mr. White. I will not deal with those. But under paragraph 21.6.1 says Mr. Hendricks there, armed protesters could have been prevented from gathering rather than waiting for them to gather before attempting to disperse them.
Uthi ke ngoku abaqhankqalazi ke ngoku bona babe buthana apho kwakufuneka lonto ithintelwe baba ingenzeki kunokuba balindelwe into baqala badibane apho emva koko ke ngoku baze bahlakaswe.
Was this considered?
Nake nayi nika ingqwalasela lonto?
Dit was een van die oorwegings, dis korrek
voorsitter. It was one of the considerations, yes, Mr. Chairman.
Ewe yenye into esayinika ingqwalasela leyo.
And why was that not implemented?
Utheni ke lonto ingazange yenziwe ke?
That evidence before, Mr. Semenya. I don't think there's any point in his repeating it. Unless there's something he specifically wants to say in this context.
The point I would like to cover with you, General, is whether you could stop these people leaving their hostels, for instance.
Ufuna iqondo babenokwazi ukuba abantu nibanqande into babangakwazi ukuphuma phaa ke ngoku kwinkomponi.
Voorsitter, dit was 'n saak van amper onmoontlikheid.
Mr. Chairperson, it was a case nearly impossibility.
Besingathi ke into bingenawukwazi ukwenzeka leyo.
Die protesteerders het nie gekom van een of van twee hostelle af nie.
Because the protesters did not come from one or two of the hostels.
Ngoba abaqhankqalazi babengaphumi kwinkomponi enye okanye ezimbini.
Hulle het van 'n wye gebied
came from a wide area.
Babesuka ke kwingingqi enkulu.
Van verskeie nedersettings en informele
from different settlements.
Besuka kwindawo ezahlukeneyo zokuhlala.
En woonbuurte.
Residential areas.
Indawo zokuhlala.
Die topografie van die gebied was net sodanig dat mense dit nie kon doen nie.
The topography of the place made it such that it could not be done.
Nobume bendawo benza kubenzima balonto into enjalo yenzeke.
Voorsitter, dis baie makliker om so iets te doen in 'n tipiese stedelike opset.
Mr. Chairperson, it's easy to do something like that in a typical urban area.
Kuba lula ke uyenza into enjalo ezidolophini.
Want dan sou daar miskien net 2 of 3 toegangsroetes tot 'n sentrale punt gewees het.
Because then there would be 2 or 3 central entrances to the area in question.
Ukuba kaloku kuzobe kukho indawo ezimbini okanye ezintathu ekungenwa kuzo xa ungena kuloo ngingqi leyo.
Ons het dan op 'n wye gebied omtrent 360 grade, waarskynlik 360 grade.
We were working on a wide area, say about 360 degrees.
Sasebenza kwingingqi enkulu ke ngoku yonke iphelele.
En ons sou dan oral ons kontrolepunte moes ons opgestel het.
We had thus to put all over control points.
Kwafuneke usibeke indawo apha sasinokwazi ukuthi silawule kuyo yonke lo ndawo.
Om dan groeperings soos hulle dan nou nader beweeg na hierdie koppie area toe om hulle dan nou voor te keer.
And then to stop the groups as they were approaching the area.
Ukwenzela sikwazi ukubamisa abantu njengoba bezobe besiya kuloo ndawo leyo.
Ek kan in verdere detail aangaan, maar ek weet nie
of I can go into further details, Mr. Chairperson, but
ingayithetha ke ezininzi nkqankqathe.
En daar was pertinente risiko's aan verbonde en ook
were pertinent risks involved there.
Wakukho ke ngoku iingozi ezicacileyo ezasinokwenzeka apho.
Maar ook die praktiese uitvoerbaarheid daarvan was baie moeilik.
And the practicality thereof was not possible. It was impossible.
Into engenawukwazi uba mayenzeke leyo.
The other criticism is that in such environments you would have a particular ratio of police to protesters. Mr. Hendricks talks about a ratio of 3-1 under subparagraph 22.2.
Apha ke ngokuthetha ngokuba kufuneka kubekho inani elithile ke ngoku la mapolisa xa usebenza ke ngoku ngezi hlwele.
Do you see that?
Uyayibona lonto?
Voorsitter, ek merk dit op in paragraaf 22.2 op bladsy 16.
I see it, Mr. Chairperson, 22.2.
Uyayibona pha ku 22.2.
Page 16.
Paper 16.
Your comment?
Uthini ke xa uphawula lapho?
Voorsitter, ek vir een is nie bewus van die internasionale ratio wat sê 3 protesteerders vir elke een polisiebeampte.
Personally, am not aware of this international ratio which he is speaking about here, that there should be 3-1.
Andiqondi ke lento yenana thetha ngayo into ba kufuneke kubekho amapolisa amathathu kumntu omnye.
As ons dan sou 'n skare hê van 9000 of 10000 mense.
If we would have in a crowd of about 9,000 to 10,000 people,
ukuba ke ngoku besinoba nesihlwele sabantu ke ngoku abangawama kwamathoba ukuya kweshumi,
dan gaan ek elke liewe openbare orde opgeleide polisiebeampte moet ontplooi by so 'n gebeurtenis.
It would then necessitate that each and every trained member of the POP in the country should be involved in that.
Loo nto bizawuthetha into yoba wonke amalungu e-POP aqeqeshiweyo bekuzofuneka abe lapho.
Voorsitter, maar dit is ook nie soos ek voorheen my getuienis verwys het dat
also, as I said earlier in my evidence,
njengoba benditshilo ke ngaphambili kubungqina bam,
dat daar 2 spesifieke groepe was.
There were two specific groups.
Kuba kwakukho lamaqela ke mabini.
En ek het dan verduidelik ook dat dit nie voorsien was dat ons sou moet offensief optree.
I had also explained that it was necessary for us to act offensively.
Kuditshilo ukuba ke ngoku bakungafuneki into bathina kubekho inyathelo ethile silithathayo.
Tot hierdie totale groter groep nie.
But with a total bigger group.
Neliqela ke lalilikhulu kweli qela lelikhulu.
The point in 22.2 is actually goes even further than that. It says that if you are engaging in the defensive operation, the accepted international ratio is 3 protesters every 1 policeman. If it's an offensive operation, namely an arrest operation, it's the other way around. You've got to have 1 protester to every 3 police. Now, your cases, your evidence, I understand it, is that you were mainly concerned about the group in the front, the ones with sharp weapons. You estimate it to be between 300 and 400. You thought, as I understand it, that some of them might be deterred by the show of force and go away. So you'd actually have a smaller number to deal with. And to deal with them, you had 750 police. So even on the international ratio, you were probably all right.
Njengoba kuthethwa ke ngoku apha ngesenzo into ba yamapolisa ukuba benobathathu kumqhankqalazi ngamnye ukuba bona babegxinise kwelaqela abantu abangamakhulu amathathu okanye amakhulu amane uthetha into ukuba uthetha inyani ke ngoku lento ayithethayo yena uHendricks xa ithetha ngolo hlobo.
Voorsitter, dankie. Dit was my volgende punt in terme van die volgende ratio.
Thank you, Mr. President. That was going to be my next point when it comes to that ratio.
Nkosi ke xa selengalamana ibiyinto yesibini bendicimba ndizawuyisho kuxa leyo.
Except when Mr. Hendricks makes the points, even in relation to the personnel required to process those arrested, he's still working with a number of 3,000, isn't he?
Uthi ke xa ethetha nento ezakwenzeka emveni ba abantu ke ngokube banjiwe usathetha ke ngenani eli labantu abangamawaka amathathu yena.
Dit is reg, dit blyk dat dit sy aanname is, voorsitter.
That is correct, yes. That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
And the deployment of other units, it's a matter we dealt with that it was also raised by Mr. White.
Nento yokuba kuthunyelwe amapolisa amanye amacandelo enye into ayithe wathetha ngayo naye sithethe ngayo phaa ngexesha bethetha ngobungqina kukamhlekazi White.
That is correct, is it not? We have dealt with the use of NIU, STF, as well as the TRT as other units.
afana ne-NIU, ne-STF kunye ne-TRT.
Dit is correct, ek het reeds daarna verwys.
That is correct. I have referred to that too, Mr. Chairperson.
Yes, ewe inyani sendithethile ngaleyo.
Then Mr. Hendricks, against subparagraph 23.2, says, the majority of the members of the SAPS involved at Marikana were neither screened or adequately trained in crowd management. What's your reaction to that?
Uthi ke uninzi labantu amapolisa athunyelwe phaa kulaa nto yasemarikana yayingasingabaqeqeshiweyo kuba balawule izihlwele. Wena uthini kuloo nto leyo?
Voorsitter, ek verstaan regtig nie die konteks waarin die woord screened gebruik word nie.
The context in which the word screened has been used, I don't really understand here, Mr. Chairperson.
Andiyazi ke ngoku ulisebenzisa njani ke ngoku apha ke kule mo.
He's probably referring to some kind of psychometric testing. You know, some of your more advanced units, you have to pass a psychometric test before you can be admitted. I would imagine screening here means some kind of test of that nature to see whether the person has the right personality to deal with that kind of work, I would suspect. And then he goes on to talk about adequate training.
Uthetha ke ngovavanyo oluthile ke umndlela umuntu avavanywe ngayo qala kubona uba angakwazi ukusebenza phantsi kwemeko enjalo na.
Voorsitter, dit is waarna hy verwys dan die alle lede van mobile operations.
That's what I have been referring to, Mr. Chairperson, when I refer to members of the mobile unit.
Into bendithetha ngayo ngoku bendithetha ngela malungu ke ngoku ocandelo olu ebesibiza olu mobile.
Spesiale taakmag, nasionale intervensie eenheid.
Special task force, the National Intervention Unit.
NIU ne STF.
En dan al die TRT lede wat
and all the TRT members who
vanaf 2011 gekeer is.
Who are approved from the 2011 from 2011. 2011.
Naba ke ngoku ba TRT ba ngo 20 mnyaka u 2011
Het sodanige psigometriese kering deurloop.
Have undergone such psychometric screening.
baye bavavanywa ke bona ngalondlela.
Maar ook elke polisiebeampte voordat hulle in diens geneem word.
But every police officer before being taken into the employment
Gaan deur die psigometriese kering.
Undergoes such psychometric
Kodwa wonke amapolisa phamba ke ngoku aqeshwe bayavavanywa kuqala.
Dan die gedeelte wat hy verwys na toepaslik opgelei.
Then the where he refers to adequate training.
Apho ke ngoku athetha ke ngoku ngoqeqesho olufanelekileyo.
Die openbare orde personeel wat daar ontplooi was.
The public order personnel which was deployed there.
Amapolisa ipopsa ayithunyelwe apho.
Is opgelei in die hantering van skare bestuur.
Have been trained in control of crowds.
Baqeqeshelwe ke ulawula isihlwele.
Plus nog ander lede.
Plus other members.
Nawo manye ke amalungu.
Wie by ander eenhede ontplooi was maar wat 'n agtergrond het in openbare orde en ook sodanig opgelei was.
Who were deployed in other units but who have undergone such training.
Bathe bathunyelwa besuka kumanye amacandelo kodwa nabo bathe balufumana lovavanyo.
In paragraph 24 says, Mr. Hendricks, the equipment for the operation was not appropriate to the rural context of the gathering, and he's using the water cannons as an example.
Uthi ke ngoku kwa izixhobo ezazisetyenziswa apho yayingasixhobo esifanelekileyo xa ejonge ubume bemeko nobume bendawo ubhekisa ngakumbi ke ngoku kukanunu ezamanzi.
Voorsitter, ek stem nie saam met meneer Hendricks nie.
Chairperson, I don't agree there with Mr. Hendricks.
Apho ke anivumelani naye umhlekazi Hendricks.
Waterkanonne as mense dit in tandem gebruik.
Water cannons that are being used in tandem.
Ezi ke ngoku inkanunu zamanzi zisetyenziswayo.
Is 'n groot hulpmiddel in terme van die uiteendrywing van skare.
Is of major assistance when it comes to controlling crowds.
Ziba ke luncedo olukhulu ke ngoku xa kulawulwa izihlwele.
Farlam as sodanige skare
particularly if such groups are gathered.
Ingakumbi ke ngoku xa aba bantu abo bebuthene.
I think you said there are useful tools in crowd dispersal. General, did you know?
Uiteendryf, dis korrek.
Uiteendryf, yes, that's in crowd dispersal, yes.
Ziyenziswa ke ngokuba kuhlakazwe izihlwele.
Mr. Hendricks then repeats the criticism relating to Ikaning settlement as a negative attraction. We have handled that, haven't we?
Sesithethile ke ukuleyo kubana le ndawo yokuhlala kwabantu iyo abantu abazawuthi bafuna ukubalekela kuyo.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Then there is the other criticism that he says there was no evidence of good command and control.
Kwaye kukho apho ke ukuthi akho ungqina kubonisa ke ngokube kukho ulawulo olufanelekileyo apho.
What was the command structure? You did touch on it as well.
Ke ngokube indlela uluhlu kanye ukulandelana kwabo ke ngokube ngaphezulu apho bekhupha imiyolelo ke ngoku beqala phi kuphelele phi.
Voorsitter, die bevelstruktuur het bestaan uit generaal-majoor Mpembe.
Mr. Chairperson, the control structure consisted of General Mpembe.
Abo ke ngoku bayingabo bongameleyo ke yayingabantu abafana ke no General Mpembe.
Was die oorhoofse bevelvoerder.
Was the overall command.
Uye ke ukomanda wayongamele apho.
En dan Brigadier Kalitz as die operasionele bevelvoerder.
Brigadier Kalitz as the operational commander.
No Brigadier Kalitz waye operational commander naye.
Dan myself as die koördineerder vir die
myself as the coordinator for the
eenhede nasionale intervensie, spesiale taakmag en mobiele operasies.
For the coordinator of the National Intervention Unit,
STF,
mobile operations,
and the mobile operations.
Mobile operations.
Dan pertinent my rol as die voorsitter van die gesamentlike
And my
operasionele komitee
pertinent role as the coordinator of
JOCOM.
the JOCOM.
njengokuba kwakhona omnye umsebenzi wami bekukhokhela ke iJOCOM le.
Maar dan was daar ook pertinente bevelvoerders aangewys vir pertinente take.
And there were again there were pertinent commanders appointed for specific
bakhona ke abanye commander bathi banyulelwa ezinye izinto.
Maar daar was ook bevelvoerders toegewys aan die onderskeie eenhede.
There were also commanders appointed to specific units.
Bakhona ke nabanye commander bathi batyunjwa bafakwa kwamanye amacandelo.
En ook die opdeling van die mense binne die betrokke eenhede of binne die betrokke taking.
The opdeling, I'm not sure of that.
There was subdivision of
The subdivisions that occurred.
the various units as well.
Various units.
Kwakho ke ngoku amacandelo ohlukeneyo apho.
The other criticism general is that there was no real negotiation or dialogue with the crowd. Is that accurate?
Unyanisile naxa esithi akukho thothono ke ngoku alangena kulo kwakunye ke nabaqhankqalazi.
Nee voorsitter, dis nie akkurate waarneming nie.
No, Mr. President, that was not an accurate observation.
Zange ke ayibone kakuhle lonto leyo.
Chair, I say it is 11 o'clock.
Started later, I thought we'd carry on till 11:15, but if you have a particular reason for asking for an adjournment at this stage, I'll give it to you.
I might just use the 15 minutes to finish.
Yes, I would prefer that actually. But before you move on to your next question, in relation to the point that's just been made, 28.4, you denied that there was no real negotiation or dialogue, but the thrust of Colonel Hendricks's criticism is in the next sentence. The SAPS issued an ultimatum, but were not able to offer anything to the crowd in response to its demand to meet with Lonman management. That's the point you've got to deal with.
Uthi ke ngo enye into ayithethayo apha into kuba khange kubekho into abayithembisayo abayithethayo bona amapolisa apha kwisihlwele esi xa bephendula ke ngokwemfuno yabo into babakwazi ukuthi babenze ukuba badibane okanye bona bazawudibana nabaphathi baselonmini.
Voorsitter, ek kan dit tweeledig antwoord.
Chairperson, I would give two responses to that.
Ndiyakunika ke ngoku impendulo zibembini kuleyo.
Die polisie onderhandelaars,
The police negotiators,
abenze thothono bamapolisa
het telkens oorgedra dat die boodskap wat ons vanaf Lonmin kry,
were continuously carrying over messages that we got from Lonmin.
babeqhubekeka bedlulisa imiyalezo ke sasifumana ivela eLonmin.
en ons het dit gekry hoofsaaklik deur meneer AB Godle.
And we got this mostly from Mr. A.B. Khotle.
Exesha elininzi ke imiyalezo yayivela ku-AB Khotle
En meneer Kwadi,
And Mr. Kwadi,
nomhlekazi uKwadi,
maar ook pertinent deur die terugvoer deur die verteenwoordiger van Lonmin, meneer Dirk Botus.
but also the feedback by Mr. Dirk Botus of Lonmin.
nenye ingxelo yayivela ke kakhulu kuDirk Botus waseLonmin.
Waar daar aangedui was dat Lonmin totaal bereid is om in gesprek te tree.
Who indicated that Lonmin was totally prepared for a negotiation.
Owathi ke iLonmin izimisele ke ungena kuthetha kwingxoxo.
Maar dat sodanige onderhandeling nie kan plaasvind met mense wat sit met gewapen nie.
But that such negotiations could not take place with people that have weapons.
Kodwa ke babengenakwazi ukuba bangene kwingxoxo nabantu babephethe izixhobo.
Het gevra dat die boodskap moet oorgedra word.
They asked that this message be transmitted.
Bacela ke ngoku ugqithiswe lo myalezo.
Dat daar pertinente strukture gevestig is.
That there are pertinent structures in place.
Ukuba kukho indlela inkqubo elandelwayo
vir onderhandeling.
For negotiations.
Xa kubanjwa ingxoxo.
En dat as mense sou terugkeer na hulle werkstasies.
That if people would return back to their workstations.
Ukuba abantu bangabuyela ke ngoku enkomeni.
Dan kan dit die proses net vergemaklik.
It would make the process easier.
Iyakwenza ke ngoku undlela lula.
Maar hulle het ook aangedui as daar 'n pertinente delegasie is.
He also indicated that if there is a pertinent delegation,
kuthiwe ke ngokuba kukho abathunywa abakhoyo
wat sou beskikbaar wees, dan kon sodanige onderhandeling ook gefasiliteer word.
Such a delegation would be available, such negotiations could take place.
ukuba abathunywa bakhona ziyakwazi ukuba ziqhubekeke ezo ngxoxo.
Basies dat dit 'n abnormale situasie is om in sulke omstandighede te gaan probeer onderhandel.
Basically, the situation existing then was an abnormal one.
Kodwa imeko yayilapho ke
Negotiation, abnormal situation for negotiation. That's what the witness said, I think.
For negotiations, yes, that it
Yeah.
was, the situation existed then was basically abnormal for negotiations.
yayimeko yayingaqhelekanga kakhulu kwakungenokwazi ukuba kubanjwe ingxoxo.
Dit was ook gemeld die Woensdag aand voorsitter toe ons bespreek het.
It was also mentioned on the evening of Wednesday, Ms. Chairperson, when there were discussions.
Kwathiwa ke nangolwesithathu ebusuku ngexesha kwakubanjwa ingxoxo.
Maar daar vinnig verwys was na die induksieprogram.
That there was mention was made of the induction program.
Kwakhankanywa kwathethwa ke ngoku nangendlela apho abantu bazawuthi babuyele ngayo emsebenzini.
So voorsitter, daar was 'n geleentheid, daar was 'n
So, Chairperson, that there was a chance.
Lalikhona ke ithuba.
'n ander uitweg vir die groep om dan ook te kan sien daar is 'n proses wat gevolg kan word in onderhandeling.
Another manner of indicating to the crowd that this could be done in a different way.
Apho kwakuthiwa ke kwizihlwele ukuba lento ingenziwa ngendlela ehlukileyo.
General, then Mr. Hendricks says against paragraph 28.7 that the radio communications were problematic.
Uthi ka khona pha ke 28.7 ukuba unxulubelano abanazo pha kwe konomathotholo babo kwabakho ingxaki kuzo.
And specifically mentions that some of the radio equipment appeared not to be compatible.
Zingekwazi ukuba ke ngokuba ngakwazi ukuba basebenze ngazo ke ngoku abanomathotholo babo.
What is the evidence in relation to the radio's operations that were there?
Ubungqina ke ngoku nge radio onomathotholo aba yintoni ethethweyo ngaloo nto leyo.
Voorsitter, ek wil nie te tegnies raak nie want ek is
Chairperson,
glad nie tegnies aangeleë nie.
I don't want to be too technical because I'm not so technically up to date.
Andifuni ke ukuthi ndibe ngumuntu othetha ngento zobuqhakalala ngoba andinalwazi lwezo zinto ezo.
Maar ek het dit so probeer verduidelik van my perspektief as 'n
But I try to explain it in this manner from my own perspective.
as 'n gebruiker van die polisie radiostelsel.
As a user of the police radio system.
Ke ngizawuzama uyibeka ke ngalendlela ndiqonda ngayo ke njengoba nam ndikwazi usebenzisa abanomathotholo bamapolisa.
Ek weet ook dat daar dokumente aangevra is en ek weet nie of dit 'n bewysstuk is nie, maar ek weet dit is aangevra in terme van verduideliking tussen
I know there were
stelsels.
documents requested. I don't know if these have been handed in. As an
Andiyazi uba kukho amaqoqo
explanation,
acelweyo andiyazi noba ke ngoku azisiwe phambili loo
which
maqoqo
we're
lawo.
seeking an explanation.
Amba ke ngoku ndocacisa.
Maar daar is basies twee stelsels in gebruik in die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisie Diens.
Basically, there are two systems used in the South African police services.
Kusetyenziswa ke ngoku ndlela mbini apha ke ngoku kwi-South African Police Service.
Die een is analoog
The one is analog,
Yokuqala bayibiza ke i-analog.
en die ander is 'n digitale stelsel.
the other one is digital.
Yesibini ke ngoku lena yobuqhakalala yona.
Jy sal dalk verneem dat daar verwys was na Orca radios.
There was mentioned of Orca radios,
Uye kwakhankanywa ke ngonomathotholo ababizwa i-Orca.
En dit sal hoofsaaklik die analoog radios wees.
and that would be the analog radios.
Ngaba nomathotholo ke ngoku abo babizwa ke ngoku i-analog abo.
Terwyl die digitale stelsel 'n tetra-stelsel is.
The tetra system, this would refer to the digital system.
Le ke ngoku yona ibizwa i-tetra ile icofwayo ke ngoku qhakalala.
Die tetra-stelsel is net volle geïmplementeer in die provinsie van Gauteng.
The tetra system is fully operational in the Gauteng area.
leyo ke ndithetha ngayo isebenza kakhulu phaa kulaa ngingqi yaseRhawutini.
Sover ek verneem is daar 'n proses wat dit sal uitgerol word in
Yes.
Oos-Kaap.
Far as I know, there is a process to have it rolled over to the Eastern Cape.
Ndiyaqonda into endiyazi into yoba kukho inkqubo efuneka ilandelwe ukwenzela uba izawuba khona phaa eMpuma Koloni.
So almal anders dan Gauteng is op die analoog stelsel.
Otherwise, the Gauteng is on the analog system.
Kodwa ke phaa eRhawutini abanye basebenzisa le analog yona unomathotholo.
Prakties is die twee sisteme nie versoenbaar nie.
Practically, the two systems
Not compatible.
are not compatible.
Uthetha ke azikwazi usebenziseki zombini ke ezo system.
Die radios wat gebruik is in die Noordwes provinsie
The radios used in the Northwest Province,
Onomathotholo ke ngoba besetyenziswa ke ngoku eMntla-Ntshona.
is 'n analoog stelsel.
the analog system.
Ngezi zibizwa ke i-analog zona.
Hierdie operasie was uitgevoer in die Noordwes provinsie.
This operation was being conducted in the Northwest Province.
Ngoba le operation yayiseMntla-Ntshona.
En daarvolgens het ons op die analoog stelsel gewerk.
We therefore worked on the analog system.
Siye sasebenzisa ke ngoku le ye-analog ke unomathotholo.
Daar was wel lede van Gauteng provinsie wat ontplooi was.
There were, however, members of the Gauteng units which were deployed here,
Kukho amalungu ke yaseRhawutini athi athunyelwa apha
wat hulle toegeruste Tetra radios met hulle saamgebring het.
who brought the Tetra radios along.
aba ke baza noba mathotholo babizwa ke ngoku i-tetra
Which are attached.
ezi ke zithe zancanyatheselwa zona.
Ons het vir die lede het ons onder korreksie iets soos 83 of 85 radios op die analoog radios uit laat teken.
If I'm not mistaken, they were issued with, I think, in the region of 83 analog radios.
Uba
These
ndiphazami
members.
ndingathi ke ngoku unomathotholo be-analog aba babenikwe i-83.
So elke eenheid, elke voertuig
Each unit, each vehicle
icandelo ngalinye nemoto nganye enye nenye
het analoog radios tot hulle beskikking gehad.
had at its disposal an analog radio.
yayinomathotholo ke lo ubizwa i-analog.
Daar was wel lede wat die Tetra radios gebruik het in gesprekke onder mekaar.
There were members who, however, amongst themselves communicated through the Tetra radio system.
Kodwa kwakho amalungu ke ngoku bathi bona basebenzise lo unomathotholo ke we-tetra.
Voorsitter, en soos ek verneem ook vir diensrapportering.
As I also understood, Mr. Chairperson, also for the purposes of reporting on duty.
Babesebenzisa khona naxana ke ngoku bephangela.
By die Gauteng Midrand 10111 sentrum.
At the Gauteng Midrand,
Phaa ke ngoku eMidrand kule ndawo ibizwa ye-10111.
10111 center.
En dan kan ek net ek kan ook net om dit duideliker te maak,
Just want to make it more clearer, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndifuna ke ngoku icace kakuhle.
kan ek net kortliks meld wat is die groot voordele van Tetra.
If I may just briefly say what's the big advantage of a Tetra system.
Ndichaza into ezingaba luncedo ke ngale tetra unomathotholo.
In 'n analoog stelsel het jy twee persone wat kan praat.
In the analog system, you have got two people that can communicate,
Kwi-analog ngabantu ababini qha abangakwazi ukuthi babe nodliwanondlebe.
Maar een op 'n slag.
a person talking at a time.
Uthetha umuntu abe mnye ngexesha.
So as ek die radio se knoppie druk, kan die res net luister.
If I press the button of the radio, you can only be listening on the other side.
Umamela kwelinye icala xa ucofe iqhosha.
Tetra het egter die voordeel
Tetra has the advantage
Inezinto eluncedo ngazo yona itetra.
dat jy kan praatgroepe vorm.
that you can talk in group forms.
Ungathi ningathetha ke uniliqela elikhulu.
So jy kan byvoorbeeld 'n groepie van openbare orde lede
You can, for instance, say in a group of POP people,
Umzekelo ke ungathetha ke neqela le-POP.
kan onder mekaar praat sonder dat die res van die mense dit sou hoor.
can talk amongst themselves without the other people hearing what is being discussed there.
bangakwazi ukuthetha bodwa abanye abantu bengava into yokuba bathetha ntoni bona.
Maar hulle kan ook uitpraat in die res
But they can also talk to the people, the rest,
en ook
Kodwa bangakwazi
moniteer,
ukuthetha kwakunye nabanye abantu kwakhona.
moniteer.
and also monitor.
Bakwazi ukuthi bazohlola kakuhle.
Voorsitter, jy kan selfs net een persoon kan jy amper soos jy op 'n telefoon kan jy die persoon amper wil ek sê skakel.
Mr. Chairperson, you call also use, as one uses on a telephone, contact a person as though you're contacting that person telephonically.
Ungakwazi uyisebenzisa kwakhona njengomnxeba.
So dan as ek daai persoon se praatgroep of sy kode of sy
If, for instance, I know that person's talk code or his code name,
Ungakumbi xa ndiyazi ke ngoku i-code yalo mntu lowo.
not code name, Chairperson. Let's say kode om hom toegang te kry tot hom.
That's his code to
just
contact
his
him.
code to get to that person.
I-code yalo mntu lowo.
Dan kan net twee persone ook mekaar praat oor die radio amper soos 'n telefoongesprek sonder dat enigiemand anders die gesprek sou hoor.
Two people can communicate just as one is talking over the telephone without other people hearing that conversation.
Abantu bayakwazi ukuthi ke ngoku bathethe bebabini njengoba kusenzeka kwimfonomfono.
En dan is daar ook 'n voordeel van 'n
There's
toesighouer
also an
funksie.
advantage of the functions of a supervisor.
Kwaye ke ukunomsebenzi ke wenziwa ngulowo ongameleyo i-supervisor.
En soos ek het verstaan is dit opgestel is op die stelsel.
As I understand, it's inbuilt in the system.
Ndiyayazi uba into eyakhiweyo khona apha kwakulo nomathotholo leyo.
Dan kan ek alle ander gesprekke kan ek oorbrug selfs as hulle besig is om te praat.
That I can bridge certain discussions. as
Ukuba
we're
ndingakwazi ukuba
talking.
ndingenelele ke ngoku xa kukho ingxoxo ethile ezikhoyo.
Of dit is min of meer soos ek het verstaan.
That's more or less how I understand it, Mr. Chairperson.
Ngathi ke phantse indlela endiqonda ngayo mna leyo.
Just to conclude this subject, over the communication, what, if anything, was the influence of the electrical pylons that we see over the area where the gathering occurred?
Ukuba ke ngoku enye ingxaki yayingxaki ngoku yombane pha kulaa ndawo kwakudityenwe okanye kubuthenwe kuyo.
Voorsitter, as ek reg kon onthou was daar op die Woensdag
If I remember well, Mr. Chairperson, there was on Wednesday,
Ukuba ndikhumbula ukuhle ke ngoLwesithathu kwathi kwenzeka.
was daar vanaf daai moniterings en bevelvoerders 5 Nyalas gerapporteer.
the commanders of the 5 Nyalas reported.
Baxela ke bona ookhomanda babe hippo ezintlanu.
Of eerder andersom, die JOC het gesukkel om behoorlike kommunikasie, duidelike kommunikasie te ontvang.
There was a problem of receiving clear information from the JOC.
Kwakukho ingxaki yokuba bafumane ke ngoku ulwazi ngendlela ke ngoku evakalayo olalupha kuJOC.
Iemand van Noordwes provinsie,
Somebody from the Northwest Province,
Umntu ke owaye kwiphondo umntla-ntshona.
dink is kolonel Tafeni.
I think it's Colonel Tafeni.
Cimba yayingukolonel Tafeni.
Hy het kom ondersoek instel en hy het gesê dat die Nyalas moet net skuif.
He came to investigate and he said the Nyalas should move away.
Waphanda ke ngoku waze wathi funeke zisuke apho ke ngoku ihippo.
Aangesien hy vermoed het dat die oorhoofse drade kan
Because he had he had the belief that the overhead lines
Wakholela into yokubana ke ngoku ezi ntambo zilapha ngaphezulu.
ja dat dit
They
kan
had,
'n impak hê of onderbreking veroorsaak.
that they could have an influence in the breakage of the communication, or they could
Ukuba
have an
mhlawumbi
impact. on it.
zazichaphazela le nto ukuba kungakwazi ukuba bakwazi ukuthi baqhagamshelane kakuhle.
Die voertuie het geskuif
The vehicles were moved,
Inqwelo ke zabo zaye zasuswa.
en daar was nie verdere pertinente probleme nie.
and there were no further pertinent problems.
Xa ngemva kokuphinde kubekho ezinye iingxaki.
I think the pylons would interfere with the communication. Would this be an appropriate stage to take the tea adjournment, Chair?
Tea adjournment at this stage.
Sisayophunga ke ngoku siyawubuya kwakhona xa sigqibophunga. singameni ngenyawo iyaqala iCommission.
Commission resumes. Maar uw generaal is nog steeds oneerd. Mr. Semenya? Away from the radio.
I'm moving away from the radio.
Well, perhaps I'd like to ask a question then. The matter about the radio is also, the problems with the radio is also dealt with in Mr. De Roever's report, the original report, not the one we got today. He deals with it in 63, para 63, and again in paragraph 81. This is exhibit FFF11. I take it you have that document in front of you, do you? In paragraph 63, I will read the relevant passage to you, and followed by the passage in 81. The passage in paragraph 63 starts at line 5. Fragile analog communication systems operating on a single channel, failing to perform at critical moments in time, leading up to, during, and immediately after scene 1, only compounded the problems facing SAPS personnel on the ground. At critical junctures, necessary orders and instructions could simply not be given as radios malfunctioned, or, and this is the passage I emphasize, the single channel was already occupied by other radio traffic. And then in paragraph 81, which is on page 19, Mr. De Roever says this: at the timing of scene 1, I'm not sure his English is accurate, but never mind, we know what he means. At the timing of scene 1 and immediately thereafter, the problems with the analog radio network conspired to prevent the overall commander to stay abreast of developments and to call a halt to police operations in a bid to regroup and reassess. And then he goes on to say, it virtually goes without saying that SAPS doctrine and experience in crowd management dictate such a decision. And in 82, he says, in the absence of a countermanding order, the implementation of the operation at scene 2 went ahead, with the on-scene commander unaware of the incidents that had just produced, I think he means that had just been produced at scene 1. Now, it's against that background that Mr. Colonel Hendricks says in paragraph 28.7, the one we've just been looking at, the footer page 18 of exhibit GG2, he says this: the passage was already read. Apparently the radio communications were problematic. Some of the radio equipment appeared to be non-compatible. That you dealt with, that's the Orca Tetra problem. There's no written evidence of a planned radio communications network, and this is the sentence I want to read you particularly for your comment. As is common international practice, there should have been 2 radio networks, one for information/intelligence management and another, an operational network, coordinating the units in the field. This operation required an inflow of information to the CJOC on a communication system separate from that dedicated to coordinate deployment, movements, and interventions of the units in the field. What comments do you have to make in regard to those passages I read you?
Umhlekazi uDirova ke ngonayo usanda uthetha lento ithethwa apha kumhlekazi uHendricks into ke ngokathetha ngayo ke ngezi radio ntoba kuye kwabakho ingxaki ngakumbi pha kwisihlo ke ngokuso esisoqala senzekileyo phaya apho kubekho ingxaki nguyo nomathotholo bamapolisa njembe bhekisa apha ke into kubana emveni bakwenzeke isehlo soqala khange ke ngoku lona yena ucommander yena akwazi uba akhupha umyolelo ngesehlo sesibini ngesizathu abantu bavele bazenzela bengacelwanga into benze ntoni pha kwisehlo sesibini ikwayi lento ke ukithethwa apha ke ngoku ngumhlekazi uWhite uHenrik kule ayithethayo echazileyo ke ukuyobana bekufuneka kubeka i-channel zibembini okanye network zibembini le izawusetyenziswa ngamapolisa but kodwa kubekho enye kakhona ezawuthi izowunika ingxelo phaa kwisijok bakwenzeka ntoni kuyabuzwa ke ngokuba uthini ngaloo nto leyo.
Voorsitter, ek moet onderskei tussen die probleme ervaar en die limitasies, die beperkings op die radiostelsel.
To distinguish between the problems encountered and the limitations on the radio system.
Uthi ke ndifuna ukwenza umahluko phakathi kwengxaki ekuthiwa kwaditye kwajongwana nazo nezinto ke ngoku ezazi zizithinteli kakhulu ingakubi imiqobo ekusetyenzisweni kwezi kwaba nomathotholo.
Die probleme was ons oortuig het ons uitgesorteer toe ons die voertuig geskuif het.
The problem was sorted out when we moved the motor vehicles.
Ingxaki yasombuleka ngexesha ke ngoku sihambisa inqwelo.
Ons het ook op die donderdag was daar 'n basisstel verskoon tog 'n basisstel geïnstalleer in die operasionele bevelvoerder se Nyala voertuig.
On a Thursday there was an operational system implemented on the Nyala.
Ikhona ke ngoku isystem eyayisetyenziswa ke ngoku phaa kwiNyala ngolesine.
Commanders in Nyala, that one.
A base system, Chair.
It was a base system installed, did you say, on the commanders in Nyala?
Bekhona ke unomathotholo ke babefakwe phaa kwihipo.
Voorsitter, laat ek verduidelik, ons het sogenaamde handradio of ook ons verwys dan na as 'n radio aan die man.
We were having a hand radio.
Sasiphethe ke ngoku le yesandla i-walkie-talkie.
En dan ons voertuig geïnstalleerde radio's, ook verwys daarna as mobiele radio's.
Motor vehicle installed radios.
Ezike zifakwe phaa ezenziwe phaa zabasezimotweni.
So known as mobile radios.
Dis reg.
Ezike zaziwa ngokuba ezi ukwazi uba ungahamba nazo.
En dan is daar 'n basisstel.
Then is a basis.
The basic system, is that
System.
correct?
Ne system enye le iqhelekileyo ke.
Basisstel is tipies wat in polisie aanklagkantore geïnstalleer sal wees of in operasionele sentrums.
A basis radio is the one implemented at the police station.
Lena ke ngoku base le ifakwe phaya yona ezitishini zamapolisa.
Ons het die stelsel laat installeer in Brigadier Khalid se Nyala, Papa 1.
It was installed in the Papa E on Papa 1.
Ja, ifakwe ke
Nyala.
ja ifakwe ku hipo.
Colleges in Nyala, yes.
Ja ifakwe phaa kwihipo yaka Brigadier Khalid lo ubizwa yena uPapa 1.
Aangesien die uitset op so 'n basisstel iets soos 5 keer sterker is as 'n radio aan die man.
It's 5 times more compatible output.
Apho wawungakwazi ukufaka ke ngoku into ezawukhupha ingxolo ezinhlanu kuyo.
But it's 5 times stronger, you say, than the ordinary, than the hand radio.
That's right, sir.
Lena ke ngoku ibanjwa ngesandla iwalkie-talkie.
Voorsitter, ons het dan ook voordat die mense vertrek het vanaf die groter jog area.
Before the people left to the more jog area.
Ngaphambi kwabantu baye kwindawo ke ule ye-jog.
Was daar elke keer 'n radiotoets gedoen om dan die seinsterkte te bepaal.
A radio test was done to determine
abanomathotholo ke ngoku baye bavavanywa.
Output strength.
No strength.
To determine the strength of the radio.
Ukuva ke indlela ke ngoku ezisebenza ngayo ke abasebenza ngayo banomathotholo.
Die beperkings op die stelsel is egter soos ek vroeër verduidelik het.
The limitation on the radio, as I've already explained earlier.
Into ke ngoku ezaba ingxaki kuba nomathotholo njengoba bensenditshilo ngaphambili.
En dan is die aantal kanale wat beskikbaar is afhangende van die versterkers in die omgewing.
And it will depend within the area how strong is the strength of the radio.
Then the amount of channels available were dependent on the strength, the number of
repeaters, sir.
Of repeaters.
Yes, sir.
That's the versterkers, repeaters in the area.
kuthiwa ke namandla nechannel angakwazi usebenza apha kwakuzoxhomekeka ke ngoku kumandla ke ngoku okanye kwingingqi apho zasetyenziswa khona babesetyenziswa khona abanamatotholo.
Voorsitter, ek het vroeër verwys na kolonel Tafeni. Ek dink dit kan dalk kolonel Sepali gewees het. Daar was 2 kolonelle wat van die groter verkrygingsbestuurkantore was.
There were 2 colonels I've referred earlier to Colonel Tafeni, but there were 2.
Kukho ke ngoku zinkanulo zamazazi mbini ke zazingaphansi ko Colonel Tafeni sendithethe ngazo.
En 2 kanale was beskikbaar gestel aan ons wat beskikbaar was.
2 channels were available.
Kwakukho ke ngoku ichannel ezimbini ezazisebenza.
Ek wil net verwys na paragraaf 28.7 van kolonel Hendriks se verklaring wat hy verwys na 2 radionetwerke.
I'm referring to paragraph 28.7 of Hendricks.
There's
a channel radio.
Phaku paragraph 28.7 lo apo athetha khona uHendricks.
Radio networks.
2 radio networks.
Apo ke ngoku kwakho inetwork ezimbini zenomathotholo.
Voorsitter, ons het nie 2 radionetwerke wat in die hele land beskikbaar is nie.
We have 2 network radios in the whole land.
He says we haven't.
Available.
The point is that you haven't got 2.
We haven't got
2 networks available in the whole country. Is that what you say?
Uthi ke ngoku asina networks zimbini ezifumaneka kanye zikhoyo kuzwe lonke.
Ons het een of die ander, voorsitter, so dis of die tetra of die analoog, maar dis nie tetra en analoog reg deur die land nie.
It's one of the 2 tetra or analog, but we don't have.
Kodwa ke ba ku tetra okanye analog kodwa asina
2 kanale wat aan ons toegestaan was.
2 channels which were available to us.
Besingena channel ezimbini ke ezazikhoyo.
Dis dan gebruik die een vir die operasionele kanaal.
1 used for operational channel.
Enye ke le isetyenziswa i-channel for ukwenza izinto ze-operation.
En die ander het gedien as rugsteen.
And the other one was used.
Support backup, I should imagine.
Enye isetyenziswa enye ke ngokukunika inkxaso.
Voorsitter, dis die beste wat ek kan verduidelik wat ons beskikbaar gehad het. Ek sien totaal en al wat die kritiek is en ek sien totaal en al wat die leemtes is in terme van ons wat behoorlike tegnologie nodig het.
This is the best how I can explain the technology that we are having on that day.
Indlela ke ngoku eyona ibhetele ingakwazi ucacisa ngayo ubuqhakalale ke sasinabo ke ngalamini.
One of the major points made by Mr. De Roever was because of the way that the system was operating, the single channel was sometimes already occupied by other radio traffic.
Into ayithetha ke umhlekazi uDirov into kuba ke xa sine channel enye eyayisetyenziswa apho ke ngoku yayiye isindwe zezinye ke ngoku onomathoto okanye ezinye radio zazisetyenziswa apho.
That's right.
Kunjalo?
Dis reg, voorsitter. Ek kan dit net verduidelik in terme van ons beplanning.
That is correct. Can I explain in terms of our planning?
Injalo lona kodwa ke ndingachaza ngokwesicwangciso sethu bakutheni.
Dat ons nooit voorsien het dat so 'n situasie ons sou afspeel nie.
We didn't foresee that such situation will take place.
Zange sikwazi ukubonela kusexesha into ba into enjalo iza kwenzeka.
Voorsitter, in terme van hoe ons dit voorsien het.
In terms of what we have foreseen.
Kwinto ke wesathi sayibona ingekenzeki.
Dat die proses min of meer as volg uitgerol het.
The process was going to be as follows.
Kwakuzokwenzeka ke ngoku lento elandelayo.
So Brigadier Kalitz gehad het wat sekere opdrag gegee het in terme van het sy defensief of offensiewe aksies.
We're going to have Brigadier Kalitz who was going to give instructions.
Apho ke sasoba noBrigadier Kalitz owayezonika umyolelo ke ngoku ngamanyathelo okukhusela okanye ngenye into abazawuzenza.
Being either offensive or defensive.
Ibe indlela ke abazokhusela ngayo kanye abazothatha inyathelo benze ngayo.
Hy sou byvoorbeeld 'n opdrag aan kolonel Makobela gegee het.
was going to give instruction to Colonel Makubela.
For
wayezonika imiyolelo kuColonel Makubela.
example, I think you said. For example, he would have given instructions to Colonel Makubela, obviously to other people as well.
uthi umzekelo ke wayezawunika ke umyolelo phaa kuColonel Makubela.
En hy sou gesê dat die lemmetjiesdraad moet uitgerol word.
Was going to say that the barbed wires must be rolled. The barbed wires must be rolled out.
Wayezawutsho into yoba ke ngoku ucingo oluhlabayo olu balolule.
Omdat ek dit oorgegaan het na kolonel Makubela, buiten dat die ander bevelvoerders en kolonel Makubela se groep dit se gehoor het, sou kolonel Makubela dit dan bevestig het. Nyala 1 draad.
If the instruction was carried over to Colonel Makubela, the Nyala was going to be in operation for the barbed wires.
Umyalelo ke uyikhutshwe phaa kuColonel Makubela kwakuzawukhutshwa ke ngoku umyolelo into yobana ke ngoku makutsalwe ke ngoku ucingo olo.
En so sou dit dan verder gegaan het, voorsitter, dit sou dan die oomblik soos hulle vorentoe beweeg het, hy sou dan gesê het waterkanonne vorm op.
So it went on, and if it went further, you could have said which cannons should come up.
I think if he moved forward, he would then say that the water cannons must move forward. Is that what you say?
Dit is absoluut reg.
Ukuba bephambili ke wayezawutsho into yokuba ke ikanuni yamanzi ifuneke iqhubekeke iye phambili yona.
So die punt wat ek wil illustreer, het sou pertinente opdragte gewees het. Die mense was toegelig en het geweet wat van hulle verwag word.
The point that I'm trying to make, that people knew what they were supposed to do and instruction was given to them.
Into endifuna ukuyitsho ke apha into yoba abantu abayazi uba yintoni lindelekileyo ukuba funeka bayenze njengoba babenikwe umyolelo.
So dis 'n opdrag van die operasionele bevelvoerder na die volgende bevelvoerder vir sy betrokke verantwoordelikheid.
It was an instruction given to the commander in charge to give it to the other commanders to implement.
Ngumyolelo ke ngoku wayekhutshwe ngucommander lo wayongamele enika abanye ke ngoku abanye ngento ekwakufuneka yenzekile.
En dan die volgende vlak weer die bevelvoerder weer na die res van sy mense.
And the next commander to take it to the whole people he was in charge of.
Ukwenzela uba omnye ungomnye ke ukhumbanda akwazi ukuba agqithise umyalezo kwabanye ke ngoku abantu amalungu.
So dit sou 'n geordende radiokommunikasie proses gewees het.
It was going to be an order radio communication that was in process.
It's ordered, I think. Major General, the problem is that Colonel Hendricks says that it's common international practice that there should be 2 networks, one of them being for information intelligence management, another an operational network coordinating units in the field. And he then goes on to say, I read this before, this operation required an inflow of information to the CJOC on a communication system separate from that dedicated to coordinate deployment, movements, interventions of the units in the field. It sounds as if there should have been a dedicated channel available only to the CJOC, so that the CJOC could immediately either receive information directly for him and send out instructions directly from him. And he wouldn't have to wait for gaps, as it were, in the general conversations that were going on the one channel. That's why he should have his own separate dedicated channel. The point is, now, you didn't have that. So that's clear from what you told us. But the point is that what Colonel Hendricks says, that was a departure from what he describes as common international practice. What do you say about that?
Into ayithethayo ke ngoku yena uba uHendricks apha into yokuba kaloku bekufuneke phaa njengoba kusenziwa njalo kumhlaba wonke into yokuba kubekho iitshaneli ezimbini, enye ke ngoku yolwazi olufumaneka phaa apho ke ngoku kukho isehlo khona, eyesibini kulapho ke ngoku yonke into yenzeka phaa kuzawuxelelwa phaa kwisijoko uba kuqhubeka ntoni na, ngoku kutheni ungazange kubekho into elolo hlobo na.
Voorsitter, dit is verseker die ideale situasie.
It was an ideal situation.
Yayimeko enye ehlukileyo phayana.
En as ons groot gebeurtenisse het,
there was big happenings.
Ukuba kwenzeka izihlo.
What he says is that's the ideal situation, and if we had big events or big occurrences, then
wat vooraf beplan word en waar die infrastruktuur beskikbaar is.
We pre-plan and infrastructure is put into operation?
Ngoku uthi ke ngusiceba kuselixesha kwaye kulungiswe ke ngoku ingqalasizinda.
Dan werk ons presies op daai beginsel.
Then we work on that.
The trouble is that's not an answer to the point. The point is, he says that this was common international practice. You say we didn't have that system available. Is it correct that I understand it's ideal, but the question is it common international practice? And if so, did we deviate from common international practice?
Into efuna iqondo ba ngokungenzi njalo ba ngokabi na channel zimbini kwabo inyani into bayibona zange benze lento isetyenziswa kuzwe lonke xa kukho iziganeko na.
Voorsitter, ek kan nie daarop kommentaar lewer nie. Ek aanvaar in terme van sy Europese perspektief is dit waarskynlik so.
I cannot comment on that one, but I will acknowledge according to his European structures.
Ngoku nawukwazi ukuba yena kaloku uthetha ngendlela yabo yase-Europe yosebenza.
En dat dit net soveel makliker gemaak word as mens die tegnologie het wat jy net amper onbeperkte aantal kanale tot jou beskikking het.
And it will be much easier for you to have the technology in that manner to conduct your duties.
Kuyakuba lula ke kuba ube nobuqhakalalo obuhlobo ukwenzela ukwazi ubusebenzisa ukwenza umsebenzi wakho.
What is the recommended or required number of channels that are ideal for the South African Police Service?
Apha ke ngoku amapolisa oMzantsi Afrika zichannel ezingaphi efuneka babe nazo?
Commissaris, ek wens ek kan nie antwoord.
I wish I was having the answer.
Ndinqwenela uba bendinempendulo yakho.
Maar as ons nou regtig met ideaal gaan, dan sou ek dink net vinnig as ek moet dink daaraan.
Quickly I can go
top of my head.
And top of my head.
Ukuba ndingathi ngokukhawuleza ke ndithi ndiyacinga.
Dat jy verseker sal die operasionele kanaal hê en dan ook die intelligensie, die terugvoerkanaal.
We having an operational channel and the feedback channel.
Besine channel ke ngoku apho ke ngoku benza i-operation ngayo nalapho besifumana khona ke ngoku ulwazi.
En dat elke groepering en elke eenheid 'n geleentheid sal hê om direk te kan terugpraat na die JOC toe sodat hulle boodskap kan oordra.
That each and every person will give a feedback or talk to the JOC and make the work easier.
Every grouping should be able to communicate, unit should be able to communicate directly with the JOC. That's what you want to interpret this also.
Bekamaqela ke ngoku apho bebekwazi ukuba benze khona udliwano ndlebe.
Perhaps it's time that I should say something that's not directly relevant to what we're talking about, but I think it's got to be said sooner rather than later. My understanding is that a review wasn't conducted because it was felt, I can understand where the idea came from, that this commission would give the answer, would find out what happened, make findings of what happened, and make recommendations for the future. For reasons that I don't have to go into, this commission is taking longer than anybody thought at the time. And this clearly is a serious defect, I would imagine, in the system. And I would seriously suggest to the police, don't wait for our report. Deal with this problem now. Because if you have a similar problem like this tomorrow or the next day, you will have to come along and say, well, we haven't got the equipment, and we've been waiting for the Farlam Commission or the Marikana Commission to tell us what to do. Please get on with that particular problem now. I take it you can convey that to those responsible for making the relevant decision.
Uthi ke ngoku usihlalo yena ucinibana ngoku isizathu soba bengazange baphonononge ke ngoku isehlo emvani basenzekile into yoba babelindele into yokuba izoqukumbela le commission kwaye yenze izindululo ke ngoku nezigqibo zayo. Uthi ke ngoku kodwa ke yinto ebonisa uba kukho isiphako kwindlela abasebenza ngayo. Mabangalindeli ke ngoku uba izokhupha ingxelo le commission, mabakhawuleze bayenze loo nto ngokukhawuleza ukudibana nengxaki ukwenzela uba xa kukho esinye isehlo bangathi hayi silinde i-commission qala izothatha isigqibo.
Voorsitter, ek kan nie versekering gee.
I will assure you.
Ndiyawuqinisekisa into yoba ndiyawudlulisa ke lo myalezo.
Dat ons nie besig is om te wag vir die uitslag van die kommissie.
We are not busy to wait for the outcome of the commission.
Okay, xolo kuloo ndawo asilindelanga ke isigqibo sele commission.
Om aspekte aan te spreek wat ons reeds geïdentifiseer het as problematies nie.
We have already identified this as a problem.
Sesiyibonile ke le nto njengengxaki.
En wie verder sê dat die radiokommunikasiestelsel is 'n projek wat al vir etlike jare aan die gang is.
And the radio project we have been busy with it throughout the years.
Le nto ke ngoku yemikhankaso yaba nomathotholo yinto besiqhubeka ngayo ke minyaka le.
En ek weet nie of daar's waarskynlik is daar beter stelsels as Tetra, ek hoor ook van Tetra 2, maar iets wat daai kapasiteit of moontlikhede aan ons kan bied, moet ons verseker hê.
I don't know, there's some Tetra 2 they've been talking about, but I think it is better to have an advanced equipment.
Goke andiyazi ke ngalo Tetra 2 besithetha ngayo kodwa ke ndicimba kufuneke kubekho esisebenza ngayo esengaphambili.
Voorsitter, ek kan ook generaal Mbombo sal kan presiese besonderhede verskaf.
I will also give you General Mbombo's particulars.
Professor Mbombo, I'm sorry, General Mbombo is going to deal with this when she comes, so we'll take the matter up further with her. Thank you.
Umxela no General Mbombo xa elapha ke siumgqithise kuye lo myalezo lowo.
As ek net mag voortgaan, ekskuus meneer die voorsitter.
May I continue, Mr. Chair?
Qhubekeka sihlalo.
In terme van die uitrol van 'n radiosisteem in haar provinsie.
In terms of the rollout of the radio system in our province?
Ngokusebenza ke ngoku kwaba nomathotholo ke ngoku phondo lethu.
En dan het ek ook verwys na die planne in die Oos-Kaap.
And also I've indicated about the plan in the Eastern Cape.
And sentshilo ke wona ngento ebicetshwa ke ngempuma koloni.
Met die ideaal dat die hele Suid-Afrikaanse polisiediens so basies die hele Suid-Afrika op een stelsel kan werk.
And the ideal that all the South African police will use one radio network.
No ukuba ke ngoku amapolisa oMzantsi Afrika wonke azawusebenzisa i-network enye.
Die kostes en ek weet nie wat die presiese kostes nie, maar ek hoor syfers wat skrikwekkend is.
I don't know about the cost, but I've heard some huge cost.
And I think he says cost of the flight.
Shocking cost.
Ngoku andiyazi noba indleko ziyawuba yimalini kodwa ndivile uba iyawuxhwala intloko etrain.
En as ek vir sê dat ek 'n syfer gehoor het van 600 miljoen rand vir een provinsie se uitrol, dan is ek waarskynlik naby aan reg.
I've heard about 600 million for rollout of one province.
Ndivile nje ukuba xa yenziwa kwiphondo linye iyawubiza ke iimiliyoni ezingamakhulu amathandathu.
Voorsitter, en daar's baie ander aspekte wat ons reeds aandag gaan gee.
Chairperson, there's other aspects that we are giving attention to.
Kukhona izinto ke esisazijongile.
Can we now let Mr. Semenya carry on?
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Semenya, I'm sorry, I intervened at that point, but I thought it was an important point to deal with sooner rather than later. Would you like to carry on now?
Indeed, Chair. General, there is also the evidence to be tendered of Professor Haynes about what international instruments say in relation to crowd management.
Uthi ke no Professor Haynes njengalwazi naye uzawuthetha ngezinto ke ezisetyenziswayo apha ekulawulweni ke kwezihlwele.
Those are matters law. We can go past those ones.
Singathi sigqitheke kuzo.
Referring to exhibit F24.
Yes, I'm told it is, Chair.
Yes, well, is it necessary to deal with that with this witness?
That's precisely what I said, that we will not deal.
You will not,
with
I see. So I misheard you. I'm pleased that you've corrected, removed this apprehension which caused me some concern.
General, let's go, though, to some of the questions raised doctrine of maximum force.
Masiye sichanca sikhethe ngezinto ebezibuzwa apha ngelixesha abangqina bebuza imibuzo kuthethwa ke ngemfundiso leyo ke yokusetyenziswa kwamandla agqithisileyo.
Is there such a doctrine?
Khona imfundiso lolo hlobo.
Doktrine soos in grondbeginsels van 'n beleid. As ek reg as ek dit so verstaan. Doktrine vorm die grondbeginsels van 'n amptelike beleid.
Indeed.
Doctrine which is the beginning of the training.
No. What he asks is whether the suggestion that's being referred to is one that the doctrine of maximum force forms the basis of their doctrine and approach. I think that's the correct translation, isn't it, of what he said. This is a reference, amongst other things. It was put to in cross-examination. But an exhibit was handed in, an e-book by Mr. Bruce, which sets out, has a chapter in which that contention is advanced, and it's also advanced in other documents that have been put before the Commission, and in fact it was put to, I think, in cross-examination also. What Mr. Menya wants to know is whether you agree with that is a basic doctrine of the South African Police Force.
Into afuna uyiqonda ke ngiloba lento uyipha kwi-ebook oluqephu laka Bruce kukho ke i-chapter ibhalwe khona lento kuba kuthiwa lento yokusebenzisa amandla agqisileyo na ikwisiseko ke apha kwimfundiso yabo.
Voorsitter, ek net seker gemaak dat ek reg verstaan, maar daar bestaan nie enige so beleid.
I wanted to understand correctly whether I do understand, but there's nothing of that nature.
Benifuna ukuva kuqala ukuba ndiyayiqonda lento kodwa akho nto injalo.
Of doctrine van geweld in die polisie nie.
Or doctrine of minimum force in the police.
Opposite. There's no doctrine of maximum force in the police force. That's what you say.
Maximum.
Le ke uyakuthethwa ke imfundiso yokusetyenziswa kwamandla agqithisileyo apha emapoliseni.
Allied to that was a proposition placed that since the beginning of the ORS, Operational Response Services, there has been an escalation of use of force.
Into ebethethweyo ke apha bicetywa apha ke into yokuba ukusukela ngexesha kwakusungulwa i-ORS ngoku ke ukusetyenziswa ke kwamandla yinto ke ngoku eyenziwa ngendlela egqithisileyo.
In a particular period, what's your comment?
Kanye kwithuba elithile wena ke ngokuphawula uthini kwinto ethetheka ngolo hlobo.
Voorsitter, ek weet nie wat se verband kan getrek word tussen die vestiging of die hervestiging van 'n divisie in die polisie.
I don't know which divisions are you talking about, which can confirm.
Andiyazi ke uba uthetha ngeliphi icandelo ke apha elingakwazi uba lingqinisise lona lonto.
No, I think the witnesses says what connection can exist in the re-establishment of the ORS.
Ndicimba ke ukandiyazi uthi andiyazi uba ke kulonto inento kwenza nantoni ke ngoku ekusungulweni kwe-ORS.
Dat daar enige lyn getrek kan word tussen sterftes aan die hand van polisie optrede en die vestiging van 'n divisie nie.
Whether there is a division of the police.
Whether there is a line that can be drawn between the re-establishment of ORS and the fatalities as a result of police action.
Kukho umahluko ongenziwa phakathi kokusungulwa kwe-ORS no monzakalo ke ngoku ongahle ube khona ngenxa yezenzo ke zamapolisa.
Are you from the end of the examination, Chief?
I am 3 questions away.
All right, well, we'll take the 3 questions and then I think we'll take the lunch adjournment. But carry on.
You had just completed, General, to say that you cannot see how a line can be drawn between the 2 events.
Ngokuthi awuna ukwazi ke ngokukrwela umgca okanye ukwazi umahluko phakathi kwezi zinto zimbini. Uthi umahluko yintoni?
Dis absoluut so, voorsitter. ORS as 'n divisie was al hierso iewers in die vroeë 90s, 95 dink ek, het hy al sy oorsprong gehad en daar was naamsveranderings gewees en daar was op 'n stadium wat hy gegroepeer was en weer gevestig was. Ons is in 1 Januarie 2011 is ons weer het ons geskei vanaf die divisie sigbare polisieering.
ORS was a division formed in 1995. Then in January again we fall under another division.
Uthi ke ngoku uthi isungulwa qala ORC ngomnyaka ka-1995 kwaye ke ngokuba awela ngaphantsi kwelinye icandelo ngomnyaka ka-2011.
Manya, I think this is going to take a bit longer than we thought. So I think we'll adjourn at this stage until 1:30.
Siyawuqhubeka khona ngecala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala.
Timo.
Hello. Boss. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 testing 1 2 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 testing 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Can you hear me? In the bus. I'll take. Yeah, I'll take yeah. Let me try again. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9.
Oh, yeah.
One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2. Sorry?
You see, you must play your audience.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Yeah.
And that
How it is now?
There was a lot of money, and that guy took all that money now, and then he had to change the song. He took on his head the cowboy.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
And they started throwing money. Said, Leon, just stay still.
You see who's approaching, and then you change your song.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Sure.
Yes.
Commission, Mr. Sugumeni.
Commission will resume. Generaal niet nog zitten again. Semenya? What you want to say on record, and my response is as you've heard it. Before you actually carry on, there's something I should have said before, and that is I'm happy to announce that Mr. Mpofu, who was discharged from hospital yesterday, will be back tomorrow, and at 9:30 when we resume, he will argue the application for the removal of the commission from Rustenburg to Centurion. So those council who wish to address the Commission on that issue, I'm giving you notice now so you can be ready to address us on the point.
Into eyenzekayo ke ndifuna ichaza kuqala into yoba noba kuthiwa kumaphephandaba into ethethwa ngugeneral apha iyakhabana le ithethwe ngu-national commissioner leyo ke into ezawuthi ke kusetyenziswe ngayo xa sekufikwe kwinqanaba eli lengxoxompikiswano. Enye into afuna ke ngoku kuyitsho ke ngoku apha usihlalo into yokubana umhlekazi ke ngoku uDalimpofu kuthiwa uye waphuma izolo esibhedlele uyawube lapha ke ngomso kulapho kuzobe kushukuqwe laa mba ke ngoku ukuba kusukwe apha kuhanjwe kuywe phaa ePretoria ngokuxelela nabanye amagqwetha lapha into bazilungiselele ngoba iyaqhubeka ngoba uzobe lapha ngomso.
General, can we revisit one subject just quickly?
Ikhona into ngokukhawuleza ndifuna ke siyijonge apha siye kuyo.
Regarding the use of radio, Mr. Hendricks talks about 2 networks that are an international standard.
Ake le isithetha ke ngonomathotholo ngoba apha ke ngoku umhlekazi uHendricks uthetha ke ngenetwork ezimbini ezi into leyo esetyenziswa kwizwe lonke.
And there is a distinction between a network that has various channels.
Kukumahluko phakathi kwe-network le ine-channel ezininzi,
such as a tetra system.
Njengalena ke ngoku ebizwa i-tetra.
For effective achievement of goals that are articulated by Mr. Hendricks, do we require 2 networks or do we require a network which has multiple channels?
Ukwenza ke izinto ezinjengale ayithethayo uba uHendricks sidinga nakho uba sibe ne-channel ezimbini okanye sidinga unomathotholo na-channel ezininzi na.
Ons het nie 2 netwerke en dit sal beteken ons moet 'n duplisering hê van 'n totale radio-netwerk.
Which means if it's 2 networks, then it means we'll be causing a duplication of the whole the network system.
Ngoku ke ngoku uba sinenetwork ezimbini kutsho ukuthi sizawube siphinda senza kwa into enye ke ngoku ngezi system ezi-network.
Maar eerder een stelsel, een radio, so net een stelsel, een netwerk.
But better one system, one network.
Wat vir ons sal 'n verskeidenheid van kanaalopsies gee.
Which would give us a variety of channels.
Kungcono xa kukho i-network enye ezawusinika ii-channel ezininzi.
General, there is a document in front of you which is a document dealing with the call-up systems for people to attend Potchefstroom.
Kukho ixwebhu lapha ngaphambi kwakho ke lali lenziwe ngeli xesha abantu ke babe siya phaa ePotchefstroom.
Ek sien die dokument, dit is reg.
I see the document, Mr. Chairperson.
Wesihlalo ndiyalibona kolo xwebhu.
Menu, do you want me to give it an exhibit number?
Please, Chair.
I think it'll be, I take my life in my hands now, but I think it'll be triple G3. Is that right, Ms.
That's
Fuller?
correct, Chief.
Ewe ke lizawubizwa lona triple G3.
The exhibit is marked exhibit triple G3.
Thank you, Chair. The three first pages of that document are various call-up calls by one Major General Naidu, dated 25 August 2012.
Ngoke kuamaphepha amathathu okuqala kulapho kuboniswa amalungu athi abizwa apho kwaye abizwa ke nguGeneral Naidu kwakunge-25 ka-August 2012 ixesha ukubhalwa lento.
The second one you'll see it's by General Mpembe, dated 29 August 2012.
Yesibini ke le tyikitywe nguGeneral Mpembe iya ngo-29 ka-August 2012.
The third is the one dated 30 August 2012 by General Mbombo.
Yesithathu ke ile yange-30 ka-August etyikitywe nguGeneral Mbombo.
All of which have attachments to them which are an attendance register.
Zihamba ke ukuneregister apho abo bebelapho babezibhala khona.
Is that how the members were called and were those attendance registers completed as we see?
Yindlela ke ngoku abantu ababizwa ngayo leyo kwaze kwabhalwa ke ngobazibhala amagama abo kwezi registers siphethe apha.
Voorsitter, dit is korrek. Die eerste 3 bladsye.
Mr. Chairman, it's correct. The first 3 pages.
Ewe kunjalo lamaphepha amathathu okuqala.
Sal jy merk dat die oproepinstruksie was vanaf 27 Augustus tot 31 Augustus.
You would see that the call-up dates were from the 25th.
7 August to 31 August.
From the 27th August to the 31st of August 2012.
Xesha kubizwa abantu kwakuqala nge-27 ka-August yotsho nge-31.
Die tweede een was wat deur generaal Mpembe geteken was. Is net gedateer vir die 30ste Augustus.
The one by General Mpembe is only dated to the 30th of August.
Leya tyikitywe ke nguGeneral Mpembe leya nge-30 ka-August.
All the 30th of August. It was actually dated the 29th, but the members, the 14 of them listed on that page, were all asked to be present on the 30th of August.
Bacelwa ke ngokabo ke ngokuthiwa bona babhalwe apho bayi-14 babe khona nge-30 ka-August.
En die derde dokument vanaf 3 September tot 6 September.
And third one is from 3 September to the 6th of September.
Le yesithathu ke uyokusuka kumhla wesithathu yotsho ku-6 ka-September.
There appears to be something missing from that letter. It refers to the officers and members listed in the annexure, and the annexure is not here as far as I can see. But what we do have are the attendance lists, but presumably the ones listed in the annexure are the ones listed in the 2 preceding documents, so the fact we haven't got the annexure doesn't take it any further.
Khona iphepha ke xa ijonge apha nosihlalo elingekhoyo ekubhekiswa kulo kodwa lona alikho apha.
Voorsitter, die derde oproep, die ene wat vanaf die 3 September tot die 6 September was net 'n ekstensie, 'n verlenging van die eerste oproep, so dit was dieselfde persone bedoel.
The same people were.
An annexure which contained the names of those who are listed in the 2 previous letters, so we don't need it.
The reason there was no annexure is because it referred to the same people.
Akho elo phepha njalo ngoba isathethwa ngabo bantu sebebhalisiwe apha.
En dan die teenwoordigheidsregister sien ek aangeheg, die aanvaarding is, en dit lyk vir my of vir die meeste mense is, maar die aanvaarding is dat almal dit sou geteken het. Daar mag dalk 1 of 2 wees wat dit dalk nie geteken het.
The presence register shows the people signing there, the acceptance, except 1 or 2 who did not sign.
Ibonisa ke ngoku abantu ke ngoku ababelapho ngaphandle ke komnye okanye ababini abangazange batyikitye bona.
General, the Council for the Advancement of the South African Constitution talks about a possibility that ORS training includes concept of the use of maximum force.
Umeli ke omnye uthetha ngento yokuba ababe qeqeshwa pha kwi-ORS baqeqeshwa ke ngokusebenzisa amandla agqithisileyo.
Is that correct or not?
Inyani leyo kanye ayinyani?
Dit is nie so nie, voorsitter.
It is not so, Mr. Chairperson.
Ayinjalo lonto.
There has also been similarities or attempts at drawing similarities between the Sharpeville incident and the Marikana incident. What's your comment there?
Oku lento yenzeka pha eSharpeville bayifanisa nale yenzeka pha eMarikana, wena uthini ngalonto leyo?
Voorsitter, Sharpeville was voor die demokrasie in ons land voor 94.
Sharpeville, Mr. Chairperson, was before our democratization in 1994.
Ile yaseSharpeville yayingaphambi kwedemokrasi phambi konyaka ka-1994.
Die protesaksie in Sharpeville was gemik geweest teen die regering van die dag.
The protest at Sharpeville was directed at the government of the day.
Ke ngoku kwakurhwantelwa ke ngokanye yayi luqhankqalazo lwalenziwa kurhulumente welo xesha.
Marikana het sy ontstaan gehad as 'n arbeidsgeskil.
Marikana had its origin as a labor dispute.
Intsusa yale yaseMarikana ke yimba ebhekisele kwinto zabasebenzi.
In Sharpeville was daar slegs skerpend ammunisie gebruik.
Sharpeville, only sharp ammunition was used.
Kwasetyenziswa kuphela eSharpeville imbumbulu zentsimbi.
En dit was gebruik om mense uiteen te dryf.
This was used to disperse the people.
Zasetyenziswa ukuhlakaza abantu.
Marikana het ons geen skerpend ammunisie gebruik in die uiteendryf van 'n skare nie.
In Marikana, no sharp ammunition was used in an attempt to disperse the people.
Zange ke Marikana kusetyenziswa imbumbulu zentsimbi ngenjongo yokuhlakaza abantu.
General, what is the South African Police Service presently doing flowing from the Marikana incident in its attempt at making sure that there is no recurrence?
Kujongwe kule nto ke ngoku yenzeke pha eMarikana intoni le South African Police Service yenzayo ukuqinisekisa into yoba ayiphindi yenzeke le nto?
What are the lessons learned there?
Ntoni ke ngoku izifundo enithena zifunda apho?
Voorsitter, daar's 'n aantal.
Mr. Chairperson, there are several.
Zininzi.
Een is ons het gesien hoe ontoereikend ons radiokommunikasiestelsel is.
First, we realized how much insufficient our radio communication is.
Siyabona qala unxibelelwano lethu ngonomathotholo indlela elinganelanga ngayo.
Daar's reeds 'n proses aan die gang al vir 'n aantal jare om te kyk na 'n geskikte stelsel.
Has been a process already for a number of years to get a suitable system.
Kodwa iminyaka emininzi kukho amalungiselelo enziwayo into yokuba kuzofumaneka isystem ke efanelekileyo.
Voorsitter, ons video-opnames,
our video recordings,
video ke indlela ezethu ezirekodayo,
het ons reeds voor die insident by Marikana al plaasgevind het ons al reeds begin met 'n proses.
We had already, before the incident at Marikana, we had already started on a process.
Besesiqalile ngale nto ke nangaphambi kwala nto yenzeke pha eMarikana,
waar ons begin het met die eindverbruiker se behoeftes in terme van 'n videostelsel of 'n videokamera.
Where we had started with the end product of end users of a video camera or video.
Ke apho ke usiqale senza abalungiselelo ngobuqhakalala ke ngoku bezi video camera.
End users
the operational requirements.
Says for the operational requirements of the users.
nezinto eziyimfuneko zokusebenzisa obubuqhakalala.
Voorsitter, dit was 'n proses wat behels het dat
it's a process that involved
yinto ke ngoku eyenzekayo leyo
onderskeie operateurs aangedui het wat hulle tipies in so 'n kamera wil hê.
where different operators indicate what it is that they want on such a camera.
apho ke ngoku abantu abazi-operator batsho into yoba yintoni le bayifunayo apho kuloo kamera.
Aangesien die kameras wat ons in gebruik het gewone van die rak beskikbaar kommersiële kameras is.
Since the cameras we used were ordinarily available from shop counters.
Ngenxa yoba ke ngoku nezi ke ngoku ebesisebenzisa iividiyo bezikhona ke phaa nasezivenkileni kwikhawuntara.
Ek het dan in die begroting waarvoor ek verantwoordelik is binne my komponent.
I indeed in my budget which I have in my component.
Na phaa kwi-component ndikuyo ingxowamali esinayo.
In die 2012-2013 finansiële jaar.
For the 2012-2013 financial year.
Kunyaka wemali u-2012 no-2013.
Het ek 'n bedrag van R500 000 beskikbaar gestel.
I have made available an amount of 500,000 rand.
Ndiye ndakhupha isixa semali singange-500,000.
Sodat ons kan meer professionele kameras aankoop.
So that we can purchase more professional cameras.
Ukwenzela uba sikwazi ukuthenga iikhamera ezisebenza ngobuchule.
Maar ook harde skywe.
But also hard drives.
Kwakunye ke ngoku nezi into ezibizwa ngesingesi hard drive.
En ook oorhoofse projektors.
And also overhead projectors.
Nezi projector ezi ke zemifanekiso.
Met die gedagte dat ons veral 28 openbare orde eenhede in die land.
With a view to providing all the 28 different public order centers in the country.
Ukwenzela sikwazi ukuba sibonelele zonke ke ngoku wonke lamaziko ayi-28 public order police kwizwe lonke.
Ten minste een elk te gee van die items soos ek vermeld het.
To at least give one each to one of the sectors that I have mentioned. To the units that I have mentioned.
Ukwenzele icandelo ngalinye kwanga ndiwakhankanyileyo likwazi ukuba lifumane ibenye.
Die eindverbruiker spesifikasies wat ons toe ontvang het.
The end user specifications which we received.
Into ke ngoku siye sazifumana zifumaneka kobuqhakalala.
Dit is gekonsolideer en ons dit beskikbaar gestel aan ons divisie.
We consolidated this and
made it available.
Siye sayenza yaba into ke ngoku ezo ezifumanekayo.
Technologie bestuursdienste.
The technology management services.
Kwinkonzo ke ngoku zaba bephetheyo kwezi zobuqhakalala.
Hulle toe gaan kyk of daar 'n produk gereedelik beskikbaar is op die staatskontrak.
They then went to see if the product is available on the government
fixed contract item.
On the government fixed contractors.
Baye ujonga kuba ezo zinto ziyafumaneka kwaba ke ngoku banekontraka kunye norhulumente.
Daar was nie pertinent so 'n kamera wat aan al die behoeftes voldoen beskikbaar nie.
There wasn't a camera pertinently with the requirements that were necessary. I'm sorry?
All the requirements.
That had all the requirements.
Akukho ke ukwezi zazine zo zonke izinto zazifuneka ikamera.
Maar ons het toe net om te begin het ons toe 12 kameras aangekoop met die naaste spesifikasies en wat die finale behoefte is.
But as a beginning we bought 12 of the cameras with the nearest to the specifications. The nearest requirements to the specifications.
Ikamera ezi-12.
Daar was ook dan, ek is nie seker van die presiese getal nie, maar 'n aantal harde skywe aangekoop.
I'm not sure of the amount, but we bought hard drives as well.
En 'n aantal projektors.
And number of projectors.
Andi sakhumbuli zazixabisa malini kodwa sathenga i-hard drive ezininzi.
Ons gaan verder gaan in hierdie finansiële jaar.
And we will furthermore in the financial year.
Sawuthi kakhona kunyaka wemali.
om dan die verdere die tekort kameras aan te koop sodat elke eenheid ten minste een het.
We fill up the shortage in the cameras so that each one should have one.
Sikwazi ukuba songeze ikhamera ukwenze omnye nomnye abe nayo.
Die kameras sal dan gebruik word ook die bestaande kameras wat die eenhede het sal dan addisioneel gebruik word sodat ons ook kan verskillende hoeke kan dek tydens so 'n protesaksie.
The cameras that are presently there will also be used from different angles so that we cover all different angles.
Ikhamera ke izilapho ziyawusebenziswa kwindawo ezahlukeneyo kwenzele sikwazi ukufota zonke indawo ezahlukeneyo.
Dan die lede word opgelei in die tegniese hantering en aspekte van die kamera.
The members are being trained in the technical handling and the use of these cameras.
Amalunga aqeqeshwa into yokuba ngendlela ebuchule bangasebenzisa njani ezi kamera.
Maar ook bewyslewering.
And also the bringing forth of evidence.
No kuthi ubungqina buzwe phambili.
Voorsitter, met die gedagte dat daar insette is van ons korporatiewe kommunikasie, van justisie en dan ook van ons forensiese afdeling in terme van die aanwending en die korrekte gebruik van hierdie kameras.
I'm sorry if you could repeat that.
Met die insette van Departement van Justisie,
input of the Department of Justice,
our
forensic laboratories,
en dan ook ons korporatiewe kommunikasie, corporate communication.
Also our corporate communication.
Nabo ke basebenza ke kuthi ngonxibelelwano.
So ek merk dat daar is 'n konsepdokument wat ons reeds begin het om te gaan kyk hoe gaan ons die prosesering wees of die hantering van hierdie video's nadat dit die opnames gemaak is.
It will also be noted that the process which we are going to use after processing these videos
indlela esayisebenzisa ke ngemva kokuba sigqiba ukusebenza kanye process ezi video
sodat die hele proses van om dit te argiveer,
so that the whole process to be activated,
kwenzele yonke lento ke izawukwazi ukuba yenziwe.
En kort die hele proses om die hantering van dat dit geneem is totdat dit dan teruggehandig is sodat ons dit 'n behoorlike proses kan volg.
So that from the beginning to the end we have one complete process.
Ukuba ke ngokusuka eqaleni uyotsho ekugqibeleni kuzawukwazi ukuba sisebenzise kwa leyo ndlela inye.
Waarna ons ook kyk is die harde skywe en die oorhoofse projektors.
We are also looking at the hard drives and the overhead projectors.
Sijonge kwakhona kwi-hard drive ezikunye nezi projector.
Sodat die eenheid die geleentheid het om hulle nabetragting te doen.
Chairperson, this is a bit difficult for me.
So that the units that they can have the opportunity when they do their debriefing.
So that the units should have the debriefing when they.
So that the units. When they do the debriefing, obviously to learn from the mistakes they've made that they can see on the video.
Thank you, Mr.
Just as the football teams do after a game.
Thank you, sir.
Ukwenzela into ba ke ngoku amaqandelo anga azawukwazi ukuthi lento xa ikhupha ingxelo ayijongisise.
Voorsitter, en dan is ons besig
Chairperson, then we are also busy.
Sixakekile kwakhona sihlala.
Wat ons wil kyk dat die eenhede dit kan oplaai by op eenheidsvlak die videomateriaal.
We also want the unity to load the video material.
Sifuna ke ngeqandelo zizifake phaka ku video ezi zinto.
En dit dan kan deurstuur na die verantwoordelike kantoor by hoofkantoor wat verantwoordelik is vir openbare orde.
So that this could be sent over to head office to the responsible public order unit.
Ukwenzele ke ngoku zizothunyelwa phaka ku office enkulu kulo office ke ngoku ye public order police noxanduva olo.
General, yes, we understand there will be some improvements in relation to the videos, the cameras, the overheads to deal with public order management environments.
Siyayiqonda ke into ba kukho okukhulu utshintsho elenziweyo ngezinto zezi video ke ngoku camera necamera kunye nezi enye ezikhankanyileyo.
Voorsitter, ek vra verskoning, ek kan vaar, ek is besig om te veel detail te gee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairperson, I realized I'm giving rather too much detail.
hayi ndiye ndaziva ngokungathi sendithetha kakhulu.
I just stopped you, but I thought, to be fair, you were probably responding to the comments I made earlier, and you probably felt it important to put those on record. So that's why I refrained from interrupting you. Don't assume that that license will apply in everything else you say in future.
Voorsitter, as ongelukkig nie 'n kort pad om die lesse wat ons geleer het te verduidelik nie, so ek
Unfortunately, Mr. Chairperson, there isn't a shorter route to explain all the training that we underwent.
Akukho ndlela lula ke wakuchaza uqeqesho othe salufumana.
There is budget provision, as you told us, in relation to these matters. Is there anything else contemplated in relation to additional POP member recruitment and training?
Usixelele ke ngongqiwa mali kwezi usando zichaza ngoku ayikho enye ebekelwe bucala ezawusetyenziswa ke ngoku ekuqeqesheni amalungu ePOP.
Voorsitter, ek wens ek kan hierdie net in 'n kort antwoord, maar ek gaan probeer.
I wish I could give this very briefly, but I'm going to try.
Ndibenqwena ba ingathi ngiyayithetha lento le ndishwangathele kodwa ndizawuzama.
Ons het 'n uitvoerende komitee gevestig.
We have established an executive.
Siye ke ngoku saseka ibhunga.
We have established an executive committee.
Committee leyo yebhunga.
Daar's verskeie aspekte wat hulle na moet kyk, onder andere dit wat vermeld is.
Different aspects they have got to look at some of the things that have been mentioned.
Kwaye kuyawujongiswa khona kwinto ezininzi endiye ndazikhankanya.
Dit behels enerzijds dat ons wil nasionale mobiele reserve openbare orde eenhede vestig. National Mobile Reserve Units.
It involves, amongst others, what the captain has said, national.
Iyawuquka ke le National Reserve Mobile Unit.
National Mobile Reserve Unit.
Chairperson, I've taken note of the National Commissioner's response that she's going to take specific remedial actions. I see one of the actions already.
Ndiningqwalasela into bethe uzayithetha ke uzayenza National Commissioner ukuzisa ke ngoku esombululo ke ngoku enye yazo sendiyibonile.
That I've been demoted.
Ukuba ke mna ndihliselwe kwisikhundla sam.
It's unfair, we haven't made a finding against you yet, and we may never.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
Lonto into engafanelekanga ngoba asikakhuphi sifikelele sikhuphi isigqibo sethu ba intoni.
Voorsitter, ons het reeds een van hierdie nasionale eenhede het ons gevestig.
We have already established one of these national units, Chairperson.
In Pretoria.
In Pretoria.
Siyaseka ke emnye lamacandelo ke pha ePretoria.
Ons beoog en dis alles afhangende van die beskikbaarheid van fondse en die beskikbaarheid van poste.
We intend, depending on the availability of funds and posts,
siyawuxhomekeka ke ngoku kwimali eyawuthi ibe khona kunye neeposi ezo.
Om 'n verdere 3 uit te rol.
To roll out another 3.
Kwenzele senzeka khona ezinye ezintathu.
Die voorgestelde struktuur dui net so onder 1000 poste aan.
The envisaged structure speaks in the region of 1,000 posts.
Istructure score zithetha ke ngoku ngeeposi ezingamawaka.
Dan is daar ook die opening van 'n addisionele potensiële 9 eenhede.
Then there's also talk of an additional potential 9 units.
Kuthethwa khona ngezinye amanye amacandelo alithoba angongezwa nawo.
Wat onderworpe aan eerst die afhandeling en dan die goedkeuring van 'n werkstudieverslag.
Which will be subject to the approval of an work study group. And a report made.
Tiqala be work study report ezawuthi ivumele lonto leyo.
Wat die eenhede dan tot 37 sal opstoot.
Which will then increase to 37 units.
Yawuthi ke ngoku ihande uyotsho ibe ngamacandelo ay-37.
Ons kyk ook na tekorte tans wat so min of meer aandui so 1600 persone wat ons dan ook in die openbare orde omgewing wil instoot.
We also looking at a shortage of in the region of 1,600 people that would be necessary in the public order policing.
Siyabona ke kushota kuba bekho ke nabantu abafunekayo bazoba pha POP abayi 1,600.
En dit sal dan min of meer ons getal sterkte wat tans net so oor die 4,000 operasioneel is na so 6,500 opstoot.
Which will put our present strength, which is in the region of 4,000, put it in the region of 6,000.
Ezakwenza into yoba ke ngoku suke phaa singabi ngamawaka amane kodwa sibe ngamawaka amathandathu.
Am I right? So present strength, 6,500, from 4,000 to 6,500.
Ibe ngu 6,500 inani lethu.
Nou gaan ek daar stop in terme van die uitbreiding.
I will stop there in terms of this rebuilding.
Ngokuthi ke siseke kakhona ndiyawuma apha kuloo ndawo kwinkcazelo
I
bendiyenza.
think it's not a physical bricks and mortar extension, but an extension of
An extension.
in the way that he's described.
This is human resource, yes, an extension
Kwindlela esithi siyongeze ngayo.
of an expansion that's better.
Those are the questions we have.
Cool. Mr. Badzinto, I understand you're going to cross-examine on behalf of the evidence leaders.
Yes, I am, Chairperson.
Berger.
Chair, may I raise something before my learned friend starts?
Yes.
If you'll bear with me. And may I address at this stage the scope of the examination being conducted up to now, both in the form of evidence in chief and in cross-examination. We are now in the 7th month of this commission since we started. The final report requested by the President had to be filed by the 23rd of January of this year. There was then an extension granted to next month, to May 2013. It's clear to all of us that that date is not going to be achieved. I've heard rumors that August might be a date. But I've made my calculations with reference to the list of generals to come and give evidence, the remaining experts, my own witnesses, other parties as remaining witnesses. I estimate that we'll need another 8 months for evidence. That estimation of mine intersects with the estimation of some of the colleagues around the table, although we all agree that's a conservative estimate. That, Chair, will be the end of phase 1. When we do phase 2, we don't know yet. We hear that there are dates being agreed now for the filing of documents, but it seems on my prognosis unlikely that phase 2 will see the light of day anywhere before sometime in 2014. There are distortions caused by this delay. We have heard the evidence now by the General about the remedial action being implemented by SAPS. I'd like to have a debate with him on that in due course. It's the first time I hear of that in the Commission. Up to now, my recollection of the evidence is that the SAPS was awaiting the outcome of this Commission. They were awaiting the recommendations, and they wouldn't prognosticate on what might come out, on what their mistakes were, on who will take responsibility, if anyone, and we have that limbo section. And I must submit that present and recent events in the SAPS suggest that they might well need some guidance onto procedures. As to the nature of this process, as I understand the law, this is an inquisitorial process, not an adversarial process. This is your process, Chair. You run it. You allow cross-examination only to the extent that the cross-examination assists you in coming to a speedy and an informed decision. This is not the forum to probe potential civil claims. It is not the forum to settle scores between warring factions. It's not the forum for grandstanding and sensation. And I submit, and I speak to myself and to my colleagues, that the way in which we have thus far led the evidence and did the cross-examination is unfair to all of us. It is unfair to the public of this country because they would like to know what happened. And this week, in one of the leading newspapers in this country, there was an editorial posing the following question, which really typifies what happens in the public debate. Business Day on the 23rd, and an editorial said, until the Commission concludes its probe, the working assumption is that no one knows what happened at Marikana, including whether or not police killed 34 of the strikers. That was not an intended consequence when the Commission was appointed. That's unfair on the fiscus, the length we take, and it's unfair on the public. Secondly, it's unfair to the families of those people killed and injured. It prolongs their pain. They don't know what had happened on that fateful day. And in a recent affidavit filed on behalf of SERI, it seems that their funding is being threatened now. I read from the affidavit of Mr. Mosekile, filed last week, in the context of going to Pretoria, where he says, I point out in particular that a number of donors have suggested that they are unwilling to contribute funding to the Commission if there's no sense of when the Commission's hearings will come to a conclusion. I have been unable to honestly advise donors when the Commission will conclude its work, as the Commission's period of operation keeps extending. At this stage, it seems that the Commission will not conclude its hearing before the end of the year. It's unfair to the police to take the time we take. Where did they go wrong? They get accused in the marketplace of all sorts of things. There was last night on BBC a program. It was a film shown by a previous minister in the Labour government, and in that film he says there is a report to the extent that filming at Marikana, says Mr. Peter Hain, I was told by lawyers representing the families of the dead miners that the massacre was pre-planned. Now that's a story out in the international community. It's unfair to SAPS if we cannot come to a conclusion and have a finding whether there's any substance in that serious accusation. It's unfair to my client, to Lonman. We would like to know whether we should address our debate with our unions differently, whether there should be central bargaining in the platinum industry, or whether collective bargaining is to be preferred. But that's phase 2. Do we really have to wait to 2014 to commence that debate? And it's unfair in a phase 1 context. I was appointed as one of 5 lawyers so that we have continuity. We could represent our client up to the 23rd of January. Well, I've lost most of my colleagues. Our diary simply can't accommodate another year of this. We don't know till when we have to book. We don't know whether we are going to have a break in June or not. We don't know whether we go to August or December. And I don't blame it, but I really say that is unacceptable from the point of view of us as colleagues and the way we handle the evidence before you, sir. And let me then conclude to say, on the evidence in chief, we have just seen how the first police general is led off a statement which didn't take more than about a third of the time he told us his story. He was led for nearly 4 days. How long he's going to be cross-examined, I don't know. I don't want to think that far. But what I want to submit is that the time has really come for a direction from you, Chair, that there should be a comprehensive statement filed by every witness, and that statement should be the script for the evidence in chief. We should be briefer. There's a debate here between experts.
By saying, I thought we'd done that. My understanding was that statements were to be filed on oath of the evidence to be given in chief by the various witnesses to be called. I indicated that, I think, yesterday to Mr. Mania. I understand that sometimes after statements being prepared, extra material becomes relevant in the light of cross-examination and discovery and so on. But I want to make it clear that I expect that before any witness is called from now on, there should be available a statement, or perhaps a number of statements. In some cases we've got statements and then supplementary statements, dealing with the main points to be made by the witness in chief. That certainly is what's always been intended to be the position, and insofar as it hasn't been the position, that's got to stop. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr.
Sir, my debate is through you, but I'm really talking to my colleagues. That direction you've given in the past, it wasn't complied with. It's never been complied with. We all know that if one deals with experts in esoteric subjects, the obvious thing to do is ask the experts to get together, to have a debate amongst themselves and to prepare a memorandum. Tell us what they agree and what they don't agree. We do not have the luxury of time to have 3 different experts who appear to have never been spoken to each other, who is now debated through a police general times 9? I don't know. This is not the way to do expert evidence.
I'm sorry to interrupt you there, just to say that I certainly have no intention of allowing the same points to be repeated ad nauseam with numerous witnesses. If the evidence on a particular point has been given, to take, for example, the plan, the alleged merits or demerits of the plan, and answers are given to the criticism. Well, the criticism won't get stronger by being repeated over and over again. The answers won't get stronger by being repeated over and over again. And I have no intention, I want everybody to know that now, I'm not going to allow that kind of unnecessary repetition. But thank you, Mr. Berger. Please proceed. I'm sorry to have interrupted you.
Kufutshane ke bekhalaza apha ke usina council ubhek ndoba apha kuthatha ixesha elide ngoba xa ejongile ingathi kusezawuthatha izinyanga ezibhozo xa ujonga namangqina aseza apha nokuba ngoku kuyagxekwana ngokuba bejongene phaa kumabonakude apho begxekwa khona amapolisa ngoku into engafanelekanga le kwicala lamapolisa indlela abagxekwa ngayo nentsapho ngoba bahlela apha bangayazi into yoba yintoni eyenzekayo ngoba nabaseseri bathe bona ngoku kingxaki yoba la magqwetha amele iintsapho abakwazi ukuba mabakhuphe ke ngoku imali babaxhase ngoba bayazi noba izawuphela nini ngoba becala ke ngoku
Chair, but we've done you and the Commission a disservice in the way we've interrogated, cross-examined in this inquiry. And may I ask you to give us a direction in due course, if you should be so inclined, where there is a time limit on the length for any witness to give evidence, where the cross-examiners, we have to agree on who the lead cross-examiner will be. Hopefully, it will be typically somebody from the evidence leaders, but it might be one of our colleagues, depending on the nature of the evidence. That main cross-examiner will have some latitude in cross-examination, a day, whatever, as long as one can coherently cross-examine, to make the points to be made. But thereafter, so that whoever is not a lead cross-examiner will be limited to, I've suggested in the past 30 minutes, that's for you to direct us. But for a limited incision, we have seen in this inquiry cross-examination covering the same ground, not always as coherently as it should, over and over again. That is unfair to everybody around the table. And I call upon you, we've tried to agree it, discuss it, we can do that again, but I may well request you respectfully to give us a direction on how cross-examination is to go forward. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm sorry that I have to raise it, but it's a real concern with me, and I think I speak for some of my colleagues that it's a concern of ours.
Into aqala bengayo lento bakhona abameli baphinda-phinda imibuzo ngoba ichitha ixesha ngoba uzothi omnye ubuze umbuzo kuze kuthi nomnye xa ebuza aphinde kwalaa nto ibibuzwe ngomnye ngoku into beyicela into yoba xa kuzobuzwa umbuzo makubekho ke ngoku lo okhokelayo abanye babuze imibuzo ingathi imbalwa bangaphinde babuze umbuzo awuvayo ukuba buse ubuziwe ngomnye.
In the view of what you said, I want to thank you for what you said. You have, as you say, expressed concerns which have worried us on the Commission and also the other instances and bodies, the persons to whom you referred. Is there anyone among the representatives of the parties who wishes to say something briefly in relation to what Mr. Berger said? Or would you wish to do so on a subsequent occasion? In other words, not have to deal with it now, unprepared as it were. Anyone?
What I
would like to suggest is this. So, Mr. May, so you want to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I must say that one has to answer by, shooting from the cuff, because what was said now we're taken completely by surprise. It was not discussed with us. These are issues of concern. We know, of course, because lots of evidence has been laid, and in my opinion, some of the people who were called and were given a platform to stay for days there were not even at the scene as to exactly what happened. We have discussed this in the past, and we have said that we should try and curtail the witnesses. That has not happened. There are people who've got versions. I mean, our clients are directly involved in this. We don't want to see this matter running for ad infinitum. I mean, we travel with our own money to come and help these people. We are not paid a dime by the government, by anyone else. And we suffer lots of prejudice, because if we were to pull out tomorrow, they are there without assistance. We certainly would want to see this matter running through. We objected yesterday when a witness who was part of throwing all these things immediately seems to turn an expert witness, but that was permitted to go on.
If he was an expert, he can give expert evidence. But I don't interrupt you unduly. But may I interrupt you by making a suggestion, which I think may address the problem you want to put to me? I know attempts have been made in the past to get the parties' representatives together to discuss ways of shortening the proceedings. Whether they are clearly, I would prefer to have the parties agree to a regime for shortening proceedings rather than to impose it myself, although I may have to do that if necessary. But I did speak to the evidence leaders yesterday about the matter. Is it not possible that a meeting can be arranged once again, a further attempt made to get the representatives of the parties to agree at a meeting on a regime for shortening the proceedings? I've, as you know, repeatedly talked about the need for thorough investigation coupled with expedition. And I have, on several occasions, pulled people up and said that I wasn't prepared to allow cross-examination at certain points. On the other hand, I was reluctant to be too strict, because I didn't want to create the impression that I was being unfair and I wasn't giving people a chance. But may I suggest once again, I'm not stopping you, I'm just interposing this as a suggestion that you may be prepared to embrace, that a further attempt be made to have a meeting presided over by the evidence leaders to see whether a regime can't be devised to shorten the proceedings significantly without unduly prejudicing anybody. Would you be happy with that suggestion? Does that meet the concerns that you are expressing?
I support it wholeheartedly, Chairperson. I support it wholeheartedly. We would want to see this matter brought to finality. We are, as I say, some of us are paying from our pockets to come here every day. And if really I were to suggest certain things, probably would be even that the people who should be called really would be the generals and the people who were involved in the shooting, because these are the people who are on the ground and tell us what happened on that day. We keep on getting witnesses, and we're not moving an inch. We want to see finality to this matter, Chairperson. It has cost my clients, it has cost us in particular, a fortune to come and sit here. And really, it's so painful to come and sit here the whole day. And you ask yourself when you get back to the hotel, what has been achieved today? And you simply say, I can't say what, we have not moved an inch. And the other thing, we also want to know going forward, as correctly stated by Mr. Berger, if we can tell at this stage that this commission is not going to reach the June, would not even, probably this witness may still be in the box, judging by the way we go.
If he is still in the box, I will have failed in my duty, that I can tell you, but carry on.
But we would also like to know if what extensions are likely to be granted, and if there are going to be break periods, what break periods, because some of we've got other work in our offices that we have to take through. Thanks, Mr. Chairperson.
I can tell you we've already entered into negotiation with the President's office in regard to an extension. I can't tell you what extension they'll give us, but we have made strong representations to them. From their side, concerns have been raised along the lines of those that we've heard today. So we've got to find a way of dealing with those concerns, bringing the Commission to a conclusion sooner rather than later, but on the other hand, not in any way affecting the quality of the findings that are ultimately made. But may I suggest that you have the meeting that I suggested, and we can then report back. In regard to, you can report back to me, and then we can deal with the matters necessary in the open commission. Otherwise, we can have a meeting in chambers. In regard to the recesses that have been requested, or the recess has been requested, obviously once we've heard from the presidency what their stance is in relation to the request we made to them, we will then be able to fix a time when the Commission will not be sitting to address the other concern you made. But provisional dates have already been discussed, and I understood that they're in the process of being circulated, but they're just provisional at this stage, so I won't say any more about them at this stage. But the need for the recess, such as you've articulated, is certainly, we're aware of that, and it will receive the necessary attention. But can I leave it then on the basis that you all promise, undertake solemnly to, I'll give Mr. Bezos a moment, to attend a meeting with the evidence leaders to discuss the matters that have been canvassed this afternoon, and to see whether some kind of modus operandi can be worked out to achieve all the purposes that are being discussed. Mr. Bezos?
Uthando ukutsho ke ngokusihlalo naye apha into okubana kufuneka babambe intlanganiso ngamaqela akhoyo bazame ukufumana indlela ukuba bethethe ngendlela engakhonde izaba mfutshane.
Speaking on behalf of the Legal Resources Centre, our resources are not limitless. It's not the only case that we have to deal with. And I think steps should be taken to expedite the pace at which this... and may I indicate how many days our learned friend Mr. Semenya has taken to lead this witness. In a commission, and you, Mr. Chairman, will recall that when we had in criminal cases, preparatory examinations, the evidence was given. In commissions that some of us have been in, it has been the habit where a very comprehensive statement is taken by the party involved. The witness goes into the witness box. You sign this document under oath. Do you adhere what you have said? Is there anything else that you want to quickly lead, Mr. Semenya, over and above this lengthy statement? Give him a few minutes to tell you about it, and allow the cross-examination to take, and put limitations on me and everyone else against repetition.
That can be discussed at the meeting, I trust. Ideally, one would like to proceed that way, but one has to remember there are people watching the proceedings on television, there are people in the auditorium, and so I would have thought some reasonably brief summary has to be given of the evidence in chief, so that those present can understand what's happening. But my sympathies are in favour of the view you've expressed, but I would have thought that some way of dealing with the point I've mentioned can also be borne in mind. Anyway, that can be discussed at the meeting that I trust will be held soon. Mr. Semenya?
Chair, might I dispel any perception that you are 6 months down the line because of me?
I think that was the impression that was created. There are other people whose names could be mentioned but won't be. But also, to be serious for a moment, I think we may well have reached the psychological stage. I'm glad Mr. Berger said what he did when he's now. I think a stage has been reached when I would hope that the bona fides of the Commission are apparent to all, that we haven't come here to find in favour of one side or against another, that if we're being fair to one side, we're not necessarily automatically being unfair to another. And it may well be that I think it has been, the stage has now been reached where everybody agrees that we have to adopt a more expeditious way forward, without it being suggested that people are being hampered or one particular side is being unduly favoured or prejudiced by the expeditious procedure that we're proposing to follow. But Mr. Budlinder, can we now proceed with your cross-examination? Unless you or Mr. Madlanga wish to say something first on the topic that's been raised.
Chair, I have been asked to say something brief on behalf of our team. But we share the concern expressed by Mr. Berger. There are a number of reasons why progress has not been at the pace which is necessary and desirable. Those reasons include the inadequacy of some of the statements submitted by parties, the length of some of the evidence in chief, and extended cross-examination which is sometimes repetitive and which sometimes deals with matters on which the witness is not able to give any evidence and has never purported to be able to give any evidence. As you know, Chair, we have made a number of attempts to reach agreement amongst the parties as to an expedited way forward. Unfortunately, those efforts have been unsuccessful. We take the view that the Commission will not be able to achieve its purposes unless there is now a joint effort which will require the leadership and direction of the Commissioners and much better cooperation amongst the legal representatives than has been achieved so far. And it doesn't avail, I'm afraid, to say everybody else must do better but me. That will take us nowhere. And so we all have to do better, and it will require a team effort to do better, and it will require people to take an attitude which says, well, this might not be what I would most like to do, but in the greater good, in the interest of the greater good, we will give some ground. Unfortunately, we haven't seen that from all of the parties thus far.
Mhlekazi into kubana usihlalo nguye ufuneka asibonise indlela bakuzawuhanjwa njani na kodwa ucela kulonda zayitsho bonke ke amaqela akho abandakanyekayo nabo benentsebenziswano.
Once the parties have had their meeting, we can discuss it further. I want to avoid an impression, though, that most of the parties have given their evidence and a fair degree of latitude has been allowed, so it would be apparent to all that everything was fair. I don't want the impression to be created that now that the police are starting to give evidence, the rules change. That would be an unfortunate impression, which would not be justified. And as I said, some people, we've received feedback which I interpret as saying you're being unfair to us because you're being fair to the other side. Now, that's not the way it works. If one party complains of unfairness and the objection is upheld, it doesn't mean that one is automatically being unfair to the other side. That's never been my approach, and I certainly. And I don't think any such criticism would be justified. So it's important that the police understand the point I've made. But still, it doesn't mean that there aren't ways of expediting matters. And one way of doing it, of course, I may as well say this now because I'm thinking about it. We had an unfortunate situation at the beginning of this witness's evidence, and I'm not criticizing Mr. Semenya for it, but I'm mentioning it because I don't want it to ever happen again. When a witness comes and gives a long recital of his or her life's history and gives a curriculum vitae, that's unnecessary. And I'm not proposing to allow that in future. If it's intended to lead evidence of the CV of a witness, that can be produced in writing, can be handed up, the witness can confirm it's correct, and possibly a short little summary can be given lasting a couple of minutes of the broad outline. But I don't propose ever to allow anybody to give a detailed curriculum vitae unless that procedure is followed. Having said that, we will close off this discussion for the moment. I hope to receive a speedy feedback on the meeting that's been agreed to. Mr. Budlander, would you like to cross-examine the witness once what I've just said has been interpreted?
uyava ke ukuba into kuzawuva yonke into ezawuthi okanye abone bazokwenza ntoni emva kwenhlanganiso izawuthi ke ngoku kuhlalwe kuyo azeva ingxelo ba into na uthi into ebuhlungu ke lokubana indlela ekusetyenzwa ngayo iqala ukutshintsha ngeli xesha kuqala ke ngamapolisa ukunika ubungqina akafuna ubonakala bengathi ke ngoku uthatha amacala kodwa ke into ayitshoyo into yokuba xa ukhutshwa ubungqina kwixesha elizayo akazovumela into yokubana ngoku ithethwe yonke into ayenzayo uba umuntu ufunde njani kuthethwe ngayo yonke i-CV yakhe ukuba zonke into ofuneka zithethiwe izawubhalwa phantsi qha uthi izawuba lolo hlobo ke ngokwixesha elizayo.
Thank you, Chair. General Annandale, I'm sure you'll agree that what happened at Marikana on the 16th of August last year was a tragedy for the people affected directly and for the police service and for our country.
Ndiyabona uba uyayiqonda into yokubana yaba intlekele into eyenzeka phaa nge-16 kwabo babechaphazeleka ke ngoku kumapolisa nakwilizwe lethu lonke.
Voorsitter, dit is ongetwijfeld so.
Undoubtedly so, Mr. Chairperson.
Ewe ngaphandle kwentandabuzo.
And I know that you will also agree that one of the reasons for the establishment of this commission is to help all of us to ensure that we don't again have such a tragedy.
Ndiyayiqonda into yoba uyayazi into yoba injongo yokusekwa kwele commission kukuqinisekisa into yoba kwixesha elizayo asiphindi sibe nento elolo hlobo kwakhona.
Dit is presies hoe ek het verstaan, voorsitter.
It's precisely how I understood it, Mr. Chairperson.
Nam ke ngqo yindlela endiqonda ngayo leyo.
And I want to clarify between us that while you will not be surprised to learn that I disagree with some of the things that you suggest, or that I want to question whether they're correct. My questions were not aimed at tripping you up or at scoring points.
Kodwa ke ukho enza kubuza ngazo ingakumbi kwinto ezithethileyo wena endingavumelaniyo nawe kuzo.
I accept it, Mr. Chairperson.
They are aimed at identifying what should be done or should not be done if we want to avoid a repetition of this tragedy.
Zithetha kakhulu ngento efuneka yenziwe okanye into engafuneka yenziwe ukwenzela ukubona into enjena kwixesha elizayo ayiphindi yenzeke.
I don't expect you to answer that. I'm explaining myself.
Andisachaza nje kodwa ndilindela ukuba uyiphendule leyo.
Also, by way of explanation, I am not going to ask you questions about the detail of what happened on the ground on the 16th of August because you were in the jock, not on the ground.
Andizokubuza ke phaa ethafeni kwenzeka ntoni ngalamhla we-16 ngoba wawungekho phaa wena kulaa ndawo wakwijog ngelo xesha.
We'll raise those questions with the police officers who were on the ground.
Ezo ndiyawuzibuza ke amapolisa ayekho phaa ngelo xesha.
That by way of preliminary.
Ndiyawuyenza ngaloo ndlela.
Then one, unless you want to comment, shall I proceed?
Ngaphandle uba ke wena usafuna ukuba uphefumle nje okanye ndingaqhubekeka.
You can gerus voortgaan, meneer.
You can proceed, Mr.
Wow, ungaqhubekeka bawo.
Right.
Advocate.
General, am I correct in understanding that you played a central role in coordinating the preparation and presentation of the police case before this commission?
Inyani into yoba nawe wadlala indima na ekulungiseleleni ukuza kule commission apha ke umele abapolisa?
Voorsitter, ek was een van 'n hele span wat betrokke was.
I was one of a team that was involved, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndaba ngomnye ke weqela elalibandakanyeka lalilapho.
I understand that you're one of the leaders. You're a leader of that, one of the leaders of that team.
Yayiqonda le wawungomnye weenkokheli.
Voorsitter, ek is 'n generaal-majoor in die Suid-Afrikaanse Polisie Diens. Uit die aard van my rang en my betrokkenheid daar is ek een van die voorste persone, ja.
I am as a result of my rank, yes, one of the leaders because of the rank that I've just mentioned.
Ngenxa yoba nam ndiyi-general ke ndiba ngomnye ke weenkokheli apho.
And as far as the police opening statement and the SAPS presentation Exhibit L are concerned, am I correct in assuming that you saw both of them before they were presented to the Commission?
njengoba ke kwenziwe exhibit L na nentetho yokuvula amapolisa phamba uze apha uye wazijonga mobabini amaxwebhu wajongile.
Ek het wel beide dokumente onder oog gehad, dit is korrek.
I had both documents, yes, I read them.
Inyani leyo omabini amaxwebhu ndaye ndawafunda.
Now, General, I think you've in fact yourself said this, that the first goal of the SAPS, particularly in public order situations, is to resolve the conflict and avoid confrontation.
Kutheke ukinjongo ye-POP kukusombulula ke xa kukho ungquzulwano nokuthintela into enjalo kuba ingenzeki.
Dit is korrek, voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
The essence of public order policing is tolerance and flexibility. It's referred to in one of the prescripts as the highest degree of tolerance.
Indlela nisebenzisa kwimimiselo yenu into yobana nibe nenyameko okanye ninyamezele kakhulu.
Verdraagsaamheid is verseker sodanig vermeld.
Verdraagsaamheid. Tolerance is one of those.
Ke ukunyamezela yenye yezo zinto ezo.
And we know from the prescripts that the police are instructed that they must maintain tolerance even if hostile words and insults are directed at them, even if objects are thrown at them.
Sivile ke umiselo amapolisi into bafuneke banyamezele ke nokuba ke ngoku bayathuka okanye bayagibiselwa.
Dit is so, voorsitter.
It is so, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Now, if we come down specifically to Marikana, it was in that spirit of tolerance that the police service tried to find a resolution of the dispute.
Indlela ke babesebenzisa ngayo ukunyamezela pha eMarikana abathi amapolisa ke bazama bazise isisombululo ke kule mbambano yayilapho.
Met sodanige benadering ja om wet en orde te handhaaf.
Yes, with that kind of an approach in order to maintain law and order.
Ke ngaloo ndlela yokusebenza ukwenzela kuzobakho uzinzo.
We know that the rock drill operators wanted to speak to management, and this was their repeated demand from the 10th of August.
Siyazi uba i-RDOs zazifuna uthetha nabaphathi kwaye yinto ababeyiphinda-phinda le ukusukisela ngomhla we-10 ka-Agasti.
Ja, ek weet nie, voorsitter, of die groepie wat die sogenaamde leiers 5 was, of hulle almal rotsbreekoperateurs was nie. Ek weet werklik nie.
I'm not sure, Mr. Chairperson. I don't know if the group that was in the leadership there were part of the rock drill operators.
Andiqinisekanga ndiyazi nokuba elaa qela ke lenkokheli phaa yayi ngabanye ke be-rock drill operators.
I understand. It was the failure to achieve that interaction with management which raised the temperature of the dispute.
Into yenza ke ngoku iye ibe maqongo ile nto yokuba ke ngoku into yokudibana nabaphathi yaye yaphanza ayiphumelelanga.
Voorsitter, dit was oorgedra aan generaal Mpembe dink ek al reeds op die 13de.
It was said so. It was this information was transmitted to General Mpembe already on the 13th.
Wawuphiwa umyalezo njalo ngomhla we-13 uGeneral Mpembe.
En dit was ook aan die polisie onderhandelaars en bevelselement by name Brigadier College.
It was also mentioned to the police negotiators, namely Brigadier College.
Kuabaxelelwa ke naba bezothethathethano baxelelwa bamapolisa ingakumbi ke uBrigadier College.
Oorgedra dat hulle verskil, as ek nou net kan min of meer dit saamvat, hulle verskil is nie met die polisie nie, maar met die mynbestuur.
I must put it this way, they mentioned that their difference is not with the police, but with mine management.
Bathi ke bona abanangxaki namapolisa kodwa ke banengxaki nabaphathi.
Thank you, General. That's just the point I was going to make, yes.
Inkosi ke yile nto bendifuna uza kuyo leyo.
Now, slide L133 says that the police strategy is to enter into negotiations.
Ithetha ke ngendlela babezayisebenzisa amapolisa uslide L133 yokuba bangene kuthethathethwano.
Look at the last bullet there, General.
Dit is reg, ek neem dit so waar en dit is so.
I say it, yes, it is correctly put there.
Ndiyayibona ibhalwe ngolo hlobo.
The aim was to try to resolve the matter without going to what is called in police language a tactical resolution.
Injongo ke yayikusisombululo ngaphandle kokuthi bazisebenzise indlela yabo yobuchule babo.
So ons los daarna verwys, ja.
If we refer to it plainly, yes, that is correct. If we refer to it loosely, that is the way.
Ukuba ke sibeka nje njalo inyani ke leyo.
Now, if one was going to reach some agreement, one needs to understand what the different parties wanted in this situation.
Xa sifuna ufikela kwesigqibo ke funeka sazi uba amaqela ohlukeneyo uba ayefuna kwenzeke ntoni na.
Prelude to negotiation is you need to know what each of the parties wants.
Indlela ke wenza ngayo uthethathethwano ufuneka ukwazi iqela ngalinye into yoba lifuna ntoni na.
Ja, agtergrond moet jy sekerlik van bewus wees, maar dit was nooit ons intensie om op arbeidsverwante aspekte in elk geval te onderhandel nie.
The background, yes, a person should have an idea, should have the knowledge of the background, but it wasn't our idea to get into labor relations negotiations.
Ewe umuntu ufuneka yazi intsusa yale nto kodwa ke yayingaso injongo yethu uba singene thina sibandakanye kwinto ezinento kwenza nento zomsebenzi.
I understand that, and I want to just identify briefly what each of the parties was wanting out of this situation.
Ndifuna uveze nje into kuba iqela ngalinye lalufuna ntoni kula ndawo.
Firstly, the police. What the police wanted, the South African Police Service wanted, was very clear, that the strikers should lay down their weapons and leave the Kopi.
Icacile ke ifunwa ngamapolisa into kuba babefuna abaqhankqalazi babeke phansi izixhobo zabo bamke pha entabeni.
Een van die aspekte, ja.
One of the aspects, yes.
Ewe yayenye yezinto leyo.
What Lonman wanted was clear. They wanted the strikers to leave the Kopi and go back to work.
Ilonmin yona ifuna abantu bamke pha entabeni babuyele emsebenzini.
Ek hoor wat jy sê.
I hear what you say, sir.
Yakuva ke bawuthini na?
And what the strikers wanted was they wanted Lonman to negotiate with them and to increase their wages.
Bona abaqhankqalazi abasebenzi babefuna ukuba ilonmin izothetha nabo kwaye izokongeza imivuzo yabo.
Neem kennis.
I take note of that.
Ndiyakuva apho.
Now, I'm sure you'll agree, General, from your experience, that usually successful negotiation involves some give and take by the different parties.
Ndiyaqonda uba kumavo nawo yazi uba xa ungena kuthethathethano kufuneka kubekho into oyinikelayo nento oyithathayo.
Dit is soos voorsitter.
It is so, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Lonman's proposal was that the workers should go back to work and they would then talk to them through the union which had bargaining rights, NUM.
Into ethethwa yilonmin into kuba abasebenzi babuyele emsebenzini kwaye kuzawungena kuthethathethano ke uku kusetyenziswa kanje kusetyenzwa ngombutho lo wayinamalungelo okwazi ukuthi ungene kungxoxo inum.
Een van die aspekte wat ek so verstaan het, ja.
One of the aspects as I understood it, yes.
Ngenye yezinto ke ndayiqonda nale ndayazi.
And it seems to me that that was really the core problem which Colonel McIntosh had.
Ngathi ke yona ngxaki yabankulu waba nayo ke le Colonel McIntosh.
Because all he could propose was that the problem that Colonel McIntosh had was that he had nothing to offer the strikers.
Ingxaki yakhe Colonel McIntosh into yoba akho nto ke wayefuna unikela ngayo apha kubaqhankqalazi.
All he could propose was in effect that they should capitulate. All he could propose was in effect that they should capitulate. They should surrender their weapons, end the strike, go back to work, and negotiate through NUM.
Into wayiceba into ba ke ngoku yena mababeke phansi izixhobo bayeke uqhankqalazo babuyele emsebenzini.
Ja, dit is seker iets wat hy gehad het om hulle te offer.
That was possibly something that he had to offer them.
Ngubonakalayo into kwafuneke ngokanikele ngayo leyo.
Well, yes, but that was always open to them. He wasn't able to offer them anything more than they already had.
Ke akho nto ke wayenokunikela ngayo ngaphandle kwale babesebenayo bona.
Ek dink van die polisie kant af en sy kant af het hy het net bevestig daar is 'n kanaal.
I think he was only confirming from the police side. There is a channel.
Daar is 'n bereidwilligheid.
The willingness.
Kwicala ke lamapolisa ke wabebonisa into yoba kukhona indlela efuneka ilandelwe kwaye ke nokuzimisela
van die werkgewer om te sit en dit te bespreek.
The willingness of the employer to sit down and to discuss.
Ukulungiselela ke ngoku komqeshi into yoba kuhlalwe phansi kwaye kungenwe kwingxoxo.
Maar dat die werkgewer nie in 'n abnormale situasie,
but that the workers, this was in an abnormal situation. The workers.
Die werkgewer, die employer.
Oh, I'm sorry. The employer, yes.
Ke ngoku komqeshi ke yayimeko le engaqhelekanga.
Wil onderhandel met so 'n groot groep swaar gewapende individue nie.
That it was an abnormal situation for the employer to negotiate with such a big group of armed people.
Yayinto engaqhelekanga kumqeshi into yoba izongena kwingxoxo neqela eli labantu abaninzi ababexhobile.
En McIntosh het hierdie probeer oorkry dat lê die wapens neer.
McIntosh was trying to carry over to them, put the weapons down.
Umyalezo wayezama uthumela kubo McIntosh kuba bekani phantsi izixhobo zenu.
Sien hulle daar 'n konstruktiewe geleentheid is om te onderhandel, om te praat, om hierdie verskille uit die weg te ruim.
And to create a atmosphere in which this difference could be resolved.
Nebe kwindawo kanye kumeko apho le mbambano ingakwazi ukuba isonjulule khona.
Did management say that they were willing to negotiate with representatives of the strikers chosen by the strikers themselves?
Bathi bona na abaphathi bazimisele ukungena kwingxoxo neenkokheli ezazikhethwe ngabaqhankqalasi.
Daar is oorgedra dat die bestuur nie na die koppie toe gaan nie.
It was carried over that the management should not go to the copy.
Into eyathethwayo into yokuba abaphathi bangayi phaa entabeni.
Dat daar unies is wat behoorlik verteenwoordig is.
That there are unions who have got representative powers.
Kwathiwa kukho i-union ke ezina magunya okwazi ukumela abantu.
En dat sou daar 'n groepie wees wat
that in case there is a group
xa kukho kwenzeka uba kubekho iqela
wat deur hulle unie bereid is om te onderhandel,
which is prepared to negotiate through their union,
elizimiseleyo ukuba lingene kwingxoxo limelwe ke zi-union,
dan is hulle ontvanklik daarvoor.
That they would be that they would accept that.
Ukuba yona into enjalo baza kuyamkela.
General, you yourself said that in your evidence that Lonmin indicated that they can't enter into negotiations with AMCU because there's already a 2-year agreement signed.
Wena ngomazwi akho uthe iLonmin yathi ayinawukwazi ukungena kwingxoxo neAMCU ngokuba kwakusekho isivumelwano seminyaka emibini.
Op salarisonderhandeling, ja.
On salary wage negotiations, yes.
Ke xa sithetha ke ngengxoxo ngemivuzo.
Ek het nie verwys na pertinent salarisonderhandeling, want daar's 'n 2 jaar ooreenkoms reeds bereik gewees.
I didn't talk about wage negotiations because there was a 2-year agreement that was in existence already.
Zange ndithethe ke ngemivuzo ngoba kwakusekho isivumelwano esasikho seminyaka emibini.
That was the complaint of the strikers. They said we don't want to talk through the NUM because we don't have confidence in the NUM. We want to deal directly with Lonmin about wages.
Ile nto babethetha abaqhankqalazi into babona asifuni ukumelwa yiNUM ngoba sithembanga sifuna ukuthetha ngqo nabaphathi.
Ek hoor wat jy sê.
I hear what you say.
Kuva ke bawuthi.
I also wasn't there. That's my understanding of it.
Ja.
Indlela endiyiqonda ngayo nam ngoba nam ndandingekho phaya.
Voorsitter, hulle het gesê hulle wil met mynbestuur praat.
Chairperson, they said they wanted to talk to mine management.
Bathi ke bafuna uthetha ke nabaphathi bapha emine.
Could you go to the opening statement of the police?
Ndicela uye phaa kwintetho ke ngoku yokuvula yamapolisa.
9. I hope Mr. Pretorius has a copy available for you.
See, it's now 3 o'clock. I wonder whether you wouldn't like to direct the attention of the Major General to the passage in the opening statement that's relevant to your questions that you're going to ask, and he can perhaps look at it while he's having a cup of tea, and then we can reassemble after that, and you can carry on.
Be happy to do that, Chair. General, do you have the statement? Could you go to page 8? The foot of the page, the very last sentence. You see there's a sentence starting senior officers?
Yes.
I just want to read that to you. It says, senior officers also made efforts to get lineman management to address workers, but management's constant refrain was that it was not prepared to negotiate outside collective bargaining structures. Is that your understanding of what the position was?
Kuthiwa ke ngoku amalungu ke ngoku aphezulu enza inzame ukuba azise abaphathi baselonmini babazothetha kunye nabasebenzi, kodwa bona bala abaphathi baselonmini bathi abazimiselanga ukuba bangene kwingxoxo bengasebenzi le ndlela yaziwayo efanelekileyo yokuba kungenwe ngayo kwingxoxo.
Dit is reg, ek het geantwoord van my perspektief in die gesamentlike operasionele sentrum in terme van die terugvoer.
That is correct, yes. I have responded to that in my response.
In terme van die samesprekings wat generaal Mpembe gehad het.
In terms of the discussion that General Mpembe had.
Ndiye ndaphendula kuyo ke kule ngxoxo ke kunye no General Mpembe.
Was dit so oorgedra?
It was carried over that way.
Kwagqithiswa umyalezo onjalo.
Thank you, Chair.
Eshaleti ngoku.
5, 6, 7. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Testing his.
Commission is commencing. Yangeni Commission Masugumeni.
Commission resumes. Is nog steeds on the eet. Meneer Generaal. Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Chair. General, do you know that before these events, in other words, before August, Lonmin management met representatives of the rock drill operators on a number of occasions?
Yes, ba phamba izinto zenzeke. Abaphathi baselonmin badibana ke ngoku naba babeme inkokheli ezi zabasebenzi isihlandlo ezininzi.
Voorsitter, ek is bewus van ontmoetings.
I am aware of meetings, yes.
Ewe ndinolwazi ngezo ntlanganiso.
And are you aware that the purpose of those meetings was to discuss the amount which the rock drill operators are paid and a possible increase in that amount?
Uyazi ba injongo yokuba babambe ezo ntlanganiso kwakuxoxa ngale mali yayipeywa ke ZRDO nokuba babefuna malini bona?
Voorsitter, ek is bewus dat daar 'n ooreenkoms was dat hulle 'n sekere bedrag sou kry. Ek weet nie of hulle 'n bedrag geëis het en toe daar 'n verhoging was nie. So ek het nie besonderhede van die samesprekings nie.
Chairperson, I am aware of an amount they were offered, but I don't know if that was the amount they had claimed, but there was an amount mentioned.
Ewe ndiyaqonda uba sikhona isixa semali esakhankanywayo kodwa ndingayazi nobana yile yayithenjiswa ukuba bazawunikwa yona okanye yile bayicelayo bona na.
Yes. And I understand, and I'm sure we all do, that the South African Police Service does not consider it part of its mandate to get involved in debates about how much mine workers are or should be paid.
Ndiyazi uba ingumsebenzi wamapolisa ke ukungena kwiingxoxo zokuba abasebenzi funeke bafumane mali na imivuzo.
Dit is reg so, voorsitter.
That is correct, so Mr. Chairperson.
Njalo sihlalo.
But with the benefit of hindsight, and I stress with the benefit of hindsight, would it not have been a good thing if the South African Police Service had said the following to Lonmin?
Bingasozibe into efanelekileyo na ukuba bithethe ezinto zilandelayo ke ngoku amapolisa bethethe into zilandelayo kwiLonmin?
Look here. You've previously spoken to representatives of the rock drill operators about the amount of money they are paid.
Ngani ke ithethe ke ngoku nabantu nenkokheli ezimele iRDO ngemali ke ukumvuza abawufumanayo.
Why don't you speak to representatives of this group, if necessary through a trusted mediator with experience of labor matters?
Kutheni ke ukuningathethi kwakhona nakwelicala kodwa nifumane abo bakwazi ukuba bathethele abantu bazoba abazimeleyo bazakwazi ukuthi babathethele?
I object to that question, Chair. That's a matter for argument. What this witness thinks should have been done by the police at that point is quite irrelevant. It doesn't bind you. That's a matter for argument. Mr. Da Costa will give evidence. He's filed a full statement on the negotiations at the time. And in my submission, this debate goes nowhere with this witness.
Hayi lo akawuvumela umbuzo uba uthi hayi kingathi uphume ecaleni lo ngoba uDa Costa nguye ozawuza azothetha ngalonto leyo.
With respect, no. The purpose of this commission is to try to avoid a repetition of what happened at Marikana. This is a very experienced policeman who now, with the benefit of hindsight, can look back and say, what could have been done differently and what might the outcome have been? He can only express an opinion. He can't express a judgment. That's for the commission. But his opinion must be helpful to the commission in forming its own judgment.
Kuthiwa ke unamava uba ke makaze noluvo lwakhe kule nto ithetheka ngolo hlobo kwenzela into enjengale ingaphindi yenzeke kwixesha elizayo.
Chair, this is a very experienced policeman who has disavowed any expertise in labor relations, in negotiations between a mine and its workers, and his view on that will be irrelevant and will not assist you.
Kuthiwa unamava kwinto zamapolisa hayi kwinto zabasebenzi.
I'll allow the question. It seems to me that the question is what should the police have done in order to restore law and order, and this is a possible approach which could have been considered. I'll allow the question, but I think inherent in what Mr. Berger is saying is this is not a matter to be gone into in much depth with the witness.
Yawuvumela ke lo mbuzo lo ukuba mawuqhubekeke.
Voorsitter, wat ons nou weet met nabetragting,
what we now know, Mr. Chairperson, hindsight.
Into esiyaziyo ke ngoku
gegee die erns van die uitkoms,
the seriousness of the outcomes,
ubuzaza ke beziphumo ezo
sal van die polisie kant af sal ons waarskynlik 'n ekstra poging aanwend.
We as the police would make an extra effort
besinokwenza ke amapolisa imigudu engenye
sonder om die kwotasie wat aangehaal is deur advokaat Badlinger noodwendig die strekking van die woorde sodanig te gebruik,
without using what Advocate Berger has quoted.
Badlinger.
handle kokwenza lento ke uadvocate Badlinger ayithethileyo.
Voorsitter, en alhoewel ons totaal respekteer dat daar 'n arbeidswetgewing is,
though we do respect the existence of the labor laws,
nangona ke sihlonipha imithetho yezabasebenzi,
sal ons versoek gegrond wees op die feit dat dit 'n abnormale situasie is.
Our request would have been that it was an abnormal situation.
nakwesicelo ke bezobe imeko leyo kwimeko engaqhelekanga.
En ek wil amper sê dat ons diskresie moet gebruik om die reëls te buig.
I want to go to an extent of saying we should have used our discretion to bend the rules.
Benzawuthi besobe sebenzisa indlela yethu yebubulunkomo bethu kuba sityeshele ke ngoko imithetho.
I understand to say we should have. It's more the question of should. He's stressing he's speaking from hindsight.
Yes.
More looking to the future is what should be done rather than what should have been done in the past. I think that's a fair interpretation. Is that correct?
That is correct, that with hindsight, that we as the police should.
Right.
That is now in future.
En sê dat die potensiaal vir lewensverlies is sodanig
the potential for the loss of life is such
dat ons uit ons pad uit moet gaan om te kyk of ons nie kan 'n oplossing kry of 'n voorkomende oplossing kry nie.
That we would be prepared to go out of our way to see if a solution cannot be reached.
Ukuba ke besinobona into ba akukho indlela singakwazi uyisebenzisa sibona into ba ekugqibeleni kho isombululo na.
Again, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think the point was made was a preventative resolution, one which a resolution would prevent things from happening.
Uthi ke besinothatha ke ngoku isigqibo sokwenza isombululo apho sizokwazi ukuthi sithintele.
Laastens wil ek net sê dat ons kan nie gesien word as die polisie dat ons iets gaan afdwing nie. So dit sal nog steeds die besluit moet regverdig.
Lastly, as police, we cannot be seen to be forcing things down. We should justify what we're doing.
Ngoku ke ngoku akufuneka sibonakale bengathi sinyanzele izinto kwezinto esizenzayo kufuneka sibe nezizathu ke okwezivakalayo.
Want vanaf die polisie het ons eerste verantwoordelikheid om wetgewing te respekteer.
As the police, the first is we are the first to respect the laws.
Kuba njengamapolisa singabokuqala ke ngoku ukuhlonipha umthetho.
Thank you, General. I think that's very fair.
Inkosi inqimba into efaneleke kakhulu leyo.
If I may make a remark of my own.
Ukuba ke ngoku mna ngokunokwam ndingaphawula.
General, while you mentioned the need to enforce the law,
uthethe ke ngoku ngemfuno yokuba kusetyenziswe umthetho.
And it might be helpful if we obtained clarity as to the parameters of the law in a situation of gatherings like this.
Funeke sazi ke ngokuba umthetho usebenza njani kwindibano ezilolu hlobo.
Now, I've been through the Regulation of Gatherings Act, which I imagine you know better than I do.
Ngoku ke ndike ndafunda pha i-Regulations of Gatherings Act.
It does not require people to obtain permission to attend a gathering.
Akuthiwa abantu funeka bafumane imvume into yokuba bazokubuthana.
Is that right?
Kunjalo?
It deals with permission for convening gatherings, but not permission for attending a gathering.
Ithethe ngemvume yokubane ke ngoku kuzokwazi ukuba kuzochotshelwa ke ngoku apho kuzobe kukho abantu bebuthene khona hayi into yokuba ke ngoku abantu babuthane apho.
Voorsitter, ek dink die groot verskil is ja dat dit het 'n verskywing vanaf.
I think the big difference is the shift of
toestemming verkry
to get permission
tot kennis gee
to give notice
van sodanige byeenkoms
for such a meeting or gathering.
Indicimile ibumahluko into yokuba kubekho imvume kwaye kukhutshwe ke ngoku isaziso sendibano elolo hlobo.
That's as I understand it. Of course, there is an offence created if you're ordered to disperse and you don't disperse. But until that order is given, the presence at the gathering is not the problem. It's about, as you say, giving notice and convening.
Ayithethi into ke ngoku ingalunganga ngokuba babe kulo ntlanganiso okanye badibane babe kule mbutho leyo babuthane ngolo hlobo kodwa iba xana ke ngoku sewukhutshwe umyolelo kwaye nemvume efunyanwayo into yobana bazodibana ke ngaloo ndlela.
Correct.
Njalo?
That's correct.
It is correct, yes.
Now, we know that there were people who were on the copy who were carrying dangerous weapons and some very dangerous weapons. That, of course, is also an offence.
Ngoku ke siyazi uba phaa entabeni kwakho abantu abaphethe izixhobo ezinobungozi kwaye loo nto kwangokwayo ilulwaphulomthetho.
Die dra van gevaarlike wapens ja in terme van die wet op gevaarlike wapens.
The carrying of dangerous weapon, yes, is a crime in terms of the Dangerous Weapons Act.
Ke ukuphatha isixhobo esinobungozi ke lulwaphulomthetho.
But at all times, the people who sat on the copy without carrying an illegal weapon were not committing any offence.
Kodwa ke aba behleli phaa entabeni bengaphethanga izixhobo ezinobungozi bona babengophula imithetho.
Voorsitter, nou moet ek versigtig wees. Ek weet ons open 'n dossier vir ondersoek as daar so 'n byeenkoms is sonder dat dit deur die prosesse gegaan het.
One has got to be very careful there. We do open dockets if such a gathering is taking place and there is need to stand for the.
Ja, dis nie.
And there was no permission prior granted for it.
No.
I think he said no notice given. That's the whole point. You don't need notice. You don't need permission. You've got to give notice.
Uthi ke ngoku xa kukho into ezinjalo kubakho idocket ezivulwayo kuye kwenziwe uphando ingakumbi ke ngoku akudingi into bafumana imvume kodwa ke kufuneke ukhuphe nje isazilo xa nidibana ngolo hlobo.
If I may correct it, just that if there has been no notice given.
Ukuba ke kungekho
it's not appropriate to cross-examine the witness on the law. You can, I suppose, on his understanding of the law. The point you're making, I presume, is that the people on the copy who didn't have dangerous weapons weren't committing an offence. And therefore, but I mean, one doesn't have to debate, it's not appropriate to debate the law with the general, is it?
The general's opinion as to the law is no more relevant than my opinion on the law. But I want to see whether we have the same understanding of the law, which is that leaving aside the people who carry illegal weapons and leaving aside the people who convene a meeting without giving notice, the people who just attend without carrying dangerous weapons are not committing any offence.
Into ke ngoku abeyithetha into yokuba xa sithetha ke noba kungekho saziso ke usenziwe esikhutshiweyo kuqala kodwa ke aba bathi bangene kwindibano bona bengaphethanga zixhobo abenzanga lwaphulomthetho.
Let me put it this way, that's my understanding. Is that also your understanding, Chair?
Chair, of course, the debate shouldn't be about law, but the provisions of Section 12 are quite different. They create various penalties for this. But over and above that, we know there had been an interdict for the minors not to enter into an unprotected strike.
Uthi ngaphandle kwaleyo kodwa bekho isithintelo esakhutshwa ngosemthethweni into yobana abaqhankqalazi bangangeni ke ngoku kuqhankqalazo
ngakho semthethweni. We're talking about is people being on the copy. We're not talking about people striking. We can solve it very easily. The police, were the police at any stage seeking to deal with people for contempt of court for not complying with the interdict?
Abantu ke ngoku amapolisa beke bazama ukuba athatha inyathelo ngabantu ke ngoku ba bangathobeli isithintelo ke ngoku secourt.
Voorsitter, ek weet nie of daar so 'n ondersoek aan die gang was nie. Ek kan nie.
Chairperson, I'm not aware of whether there was such an investigation.
Andinalwazi ukuba kwakubakho uphando olulolo hlobo na.
I'll move on. General, the next topic I want to discuss is the plan.
Umxholo wami wesibini ke ngoku sisicwangciso.
Now, we know that by the evening of Wednesday, 15 August, the plan had already been prepared.
Siyazi ba ke ngoku ngomhla we-15 August isicwangciso ke ngoku sasise silungiselwe senziwe.
Kan ek dit vir u vra of u verwys na die plan gedateer die 13de Augustus wat sê contingency plan of na operasie Platinum?
I don't know whether you're referring to the plan that was done on the 13th, it was called the contingency plan or the Platinum plan.
Andiyazi noba uthetha ngesicwangciso esisasenziwe phaa nge-13 okanye ngesi besibizwa iPlatinum na.
I'm sorry, I'm referring to the version of Operation Platinum, which I think was prepared on the 14th of August.
Ndiyaxolisa bendithetha kwesi silungiselwe nge-14 ka-August sibizwa iPlatinum.
Dis reg as die operasionalisering wat begin het op die 14de in lyn met die beginsels van die operasie Platinum.
Yes, it's the operationalization that started on the 14th.
Ewe sesiqalwe ke ngomhla we-14.
And I'm stating the obvious, but just to get to lay the platform, that both that you had seen it and General Mpembe, who was the overall commander, had seen it.
Ndithi ke ngokuba wasibonisa isicwangciso ke ngoku noGeneral Mpembe lo wayongamele apho wasibona isicwangciso eso.
That is correct, Voorsitter.
That is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
Now, in your evidence in chief, you stated that at the meeting at the JOC, well, I'm sorry, let me ask a question. There was a meeting which you refer to which was held at the JOC on the evening of the 15th of August. After you had met the representatives of the trade unions. Was that a JOCCOM meeting or a less formal meeting?
Uthi ke ngoku kukho ke ngoku intlanganiso nayibambayo emveni ba ndidibene nenkokheli zemibutho imanyano zabasebenzi ngokuhlwa ngolomhla we-15 ibiyintlanganiso yeJOCCOM leyo.
Voorsitter, ons het elke dag het ons afgesluit met 'n terugvoervergadering.
We closed every evening, Mr. Chairperson, with a briefing session.
Rhoqo ke ngokuhlwa sasivala ngokuba
It's a feedback, really, isn't it? Feedback, not briefing, feedback.
apho ke ngoku sasinikwa khona ingxelo.
Oh, where you where we received feedback.
And at that terugvoervergadering, on the evening of the 15th of August, you reported that on the 16th you would follow the same courses on the 15th, monitoring and negotiation.
Ngokuhlwa ke nge-15 10 yaqhubekeka ke ngalanto yokuba nijonga apho kwaye niqhubekeka nangothethathethwano ngemilandelayo.
Gegee die terugvoer wat ons gegee het na afloop van die vergadering wat ons gehad het saam met die myn asook die twee unies. Gegee die terugvoer,
given the feedback
wat ons gegee het aan ons lede,
which we gave to our members
na afloop van die vergadering,
as a result after the meeting,
wat was tussen die polisie, Lonmin,
which was between the police, Lonmin,
AMCO en NUM.
AMCO and NUM.
Uthi ke ku noba ngevela ngela ngxoxo okanye intlanganiso engaphakathi kwamapolisa neNonmin kunye neAMCU kunye neNUM apho sasifumana khona ingxelo.
Sê dat ons 16de se aktiwiteite gaan presies weer begin met 'n monitering.
That the proceedings of the 16th would be started with monitoring.
Kuba kuzawuqalwa ke xa kuyosetyenzwa nge-16 ngokuya kuyohlolwa apho.
In lyn met die terugvoer wat ons ontvang het pertinent van die AMCU president.
In line with the report that was made by the AMCO president to us.
Besenza njengokuba befumene ingxelo ke ngoku ingxelo eyayivela kupresident weAMCU.
Then there was a JOCCOM meeting at 6 o'clock on 16 August 2012. The police have to get out of bed early.
Go ntsimbi yesithandathu ke phaa ngomhla we-16 amapolisa kwafuneka baba intlanganiso ngentsimbi yesithandathu ku-JOCCOM.
That is correct, Voorsitter.
It is so, Mr. Chairperson.
Njalo sihlalo.
And we have the minutes of that meeting, which are Exhibit TT4. I take it you've seen those.
Ndicimba ke ubonile phaa kubungqina uTT4 apho kubhaliwe phantsi into yoba kwaxoxwa ntoni kuloo ntlanganiso.
That is correct, Voorsitter.
It is correct, Mr. Chairperson.
Kunjalo sihlalo.
And we can accept that those minutes are correct.
Singatsho into yoba yonke into ebhaliwe yaxoxwa apho ke iyinyani.
Perhaps it's unfair to ask the witness this, Chair. Perhaps I can ask him to have a look at it overnight and see if there's anything in those minutes which is not correct.
Fairer.
And could you also look, General, at the minutes of the JOCCOM meeting at 13:30 on the 16th of August? That's Exhibit EE.
Uzawucela ujonga khona apho kwakubhalwe khona kucala emva kwentsimbi yokuqala kwintlanganiso yeJOCCOM bazi into nezazixoxwa apho.
So would you mind looking at both of those overnight and just, you can tell us in the morning, or tell the Commission whether those minutes are correct?
Uyawusixelela ke ngokuba zinjalo zibhalwe ngobunjalo bazo na izo nto ngomso.
Ek aanvaar my huiswerk.
I accept my homework.
Ndiyawamkela ke lo msebenzi endiyawuwenza endlini ekhaya.
General, would you in the meantime have a look at TT4?
Okwangoku ke ndicela ujonge phaa ku TT4.
Paragraph 2.3.
Paragraph 2.3.
Could you look at the 4th paragraph of paragraph 2.3, which starts with the word deployment? Do you have that?
That is correct, ek het dit.
Yes, I've got it.
And that, I'll read it. Deployment will be done in line with stage 2 of the operational strategy, show of force, pre-positioning. Full deployment will be done in accordance with the strategy plan, but without the razor wire deployed, only the nyalas and wire trailers pre-positioned. And then the matter in which I would like to discuss with you is really in the next paragraph. If the situation escalates, stage 3 will be implemented, but proper communication will be done with all commanders when that decision is taken. You see that?
Uyayibona ke ngokule ithetha into kubana xa kusenziwa ke ngokuya kwisinqanaba elile sibini lapho bazobonisa khona amandla wabo kodwa izawuma nje ezamoto zinocingo oluhlabayo kodwa bangalitsalo ucingo oluhlabayo. Uyayibona leyo?
Sien dit, voorsitter?
I see that, Mr. Chairperson.
Uyayibona loo nto sihlalo?
That correctly reflects what happened at that JOCCOM meeting.
Kubhalwe lento yenzeka ngqo phaa yathethwa phaa kula ntlanganiso yeJOCCOM.
Voorsitter, ek dink ek kan sommer nou antwoord die korrektheid van die notule.
I think I can respond to the correctness of the minutes, Mr. Chairperson.
Ndingakwazi ukuphendula ke ngokubhalwa kwezi minutes apha.
Dat geen een van die vergaderings wat ons gehou het.
That not one of the meetings that we held
was gedoen in terme van vergaderingsprosedures soos wat die meeste van ons dit ken nie.
Were done in terms of the ordinary procedures, meetings as they are usually held.
Le ntlanganiso sayibamba ke ngendlela eqhelekileyo ezithi zibanjwe ngayo intlanganiso.
So dit sou beteken dat daar vooraf opgestelde agenda is.
That would mean the presence of a pre-arranged agenda.
Ithetha balonto leyo kuzawubakho izihloko izinto esizawuthi sithethe ngazo.
Dat notules van 'n vorige vergadering sou voorgehou word.
That minutes of the previous meetings would be presented, would be put forward.
Kuzawuthethwa ngezinto ezibhaliwe kwintlanganiso edlulileyo.
En wat dan korreksies uitgewys sou word.
That people would be asked for any corrections.
Ubantu bazawucelwa ke ngoku balungisa apho balungisa khona.
Regstellings gedoen word en dan dit as sulks aanvaar word so korrekte weergawe nie.
Corrections to be made and thereafter the minutes to be accepted as a true reflection.
Kuye kwenziwe izilungiso kuphindwe kwinto ezibhaliweyo zamkelwe njengento eyinyani.
Daar was eenvoudig net nie die leksheid van tyd om dit te doen nie.
We did not have the luxury of doing that, Mr. Chairperson.
Zange safumana ithuba ke lokwenza loo nto leyo.
Maar die punt wat advokaat Badlinger na verwys.
But the point the advocate Badlander is making.
Lento ke ayitshoyo yena uadvocate Badlander.
Is dat dit 'n redelike weergawe is?
Is whether it is a reasonable version.
Ukuba lento iyabhalwa ngelendlela ngolhlobo yenzeka ngayo na.
Dr. Anfari, that you accept, that it was a reasonable version. Is that what you're saying?
That part, yeah.
That part, yes.
Uthi ewe lo ndawo qha.
And can I refer you to your statement, which is Exhibit G1 at page 7.
Ngicela ke siye pha kubungqina ke bestatement sakho kuphepha lesixhenxe.
At the top of the page, you say it was you're now, if one goes to the previous page, one sees that this is in the context of the JOCCOM meeting at 6 o'clock on the 16th. And you say at the top of the page, it was agreed that a contingency must be in place if the call to lay down arms fails, and that the South African Police Service will again deploy a visible monitoring force with an addition of standby POP Nyalas with barbed wire trailers positioned to deploy in case of aggressive actions from the protesters. You see that?
Uyatsho ke ngoku nje uthetha ngento loba into lebefuneke yenzeke ngalamini into baba kutsalwe nemoto yocingo oluhlabayo xa kubakho ungquzulwano uyayibona leyo.
Ek sien dit voorsitter.
I see that, Mr. Chairperson.
Uyayibona leyo sihlalo.
And that's really consistent with what's in that minute which we've just looked at.
Ento ihambisana nezinto ezibhalwa pha kwezi minutes zentlanganiso nanihleli nanibambile.
Where it refers to deployment stage 3 implemented if the situation escalates.
Apho nithetha into yokubana ke ngoku nizawungena kwinqanaba lesithathu lesicwangciso ukuba imeko iya ngokuba maxongo.
Die paragraaf in my verklaring verwys nie na stage 3 fase 3 nie. Nee.
The paragraph in my statement does not refer to stage 3.
Ayithethi ke ngenqanaba lesithathu ke le paragraph apha kwintetho endiyenzileyo.
Die betrokke paragraaf wat voorgehou is verwys na 'n gedeeltelike of die begin van 'n fase 2 ontplooiing.
The paragraph in question refers to the beginning of stage 2, what was happening at stage 2.
Apha kule paragraph ke ithetha ke ngento yenzeka pha kwinqanaba lesibini.
As ek kan in die tweede sin van bo af op die bladsy.
If I could read the second sentence from the top of the page.
Uba ningafunda ke ngoku isivakalisi sesibini ke ngoku apha kule paragraph phezulu.
Waar die gedeelte again deploy a visible monitoring force.
Where it reads that way, again deploy a visible monitoring force.
Apho ke ngoku kuthunyelwa ke ngoku abo bazawuthi bona bayawuhlola.
Verwys na die vlak 1 ontplooiing.
This refers to the stage 1 deployment.
Ibhekisa ke pha kukuthunyelwa kwabantu ke ngoku pha xa sithetha ngenqanaba lokuqala.
En dan wat bykom, and I quote, an addition of standby pop nyalas with barbed wire trailers positioned to deploy.
I quote, as he has said, the deployment of pop nyalas with barbed wire trailers positioned with barbed wires positioned.
It goes on in case of aggressive actions from the protesters.
Uthi bakungenzeka ke ngokuba abantu bathi benze ngendlela thatha inyathelo wenza ngobundlongo into ezakwenzeka leyo ibhalwe ngolo hlobo.
I understand you correctly, General. What you're saying is the aggressive actions will trigger the positioning of the trailers, not the deployment of the wire. Is that what you mean? Yeah. What will the aggressive action from the protesters trigger in that paragraph?
Kula paragraph ke ngoku isenzo ke ngoku sibonisa ubundlongondlongo kucala laba ke ngoku babaqhankqalazi siza kwenza ke ngoku kuba nenze ntoni nina.
Ek moet hier ongelukkig terugvat die vorige aantal gesê ons hulle monitering doen, so kom ons die stage 1.
Unfortunately take you back to the first stage to take 1 what was happening.
Ke ngoku kwelusha ibuyisela qala pha kwinqanaba lokuqala kuba kwakwenzeka ntoni qala.
Egter met die intelligensie voorligting en toeligging die oggend
with the input of the intelligence.
Emva kolwazi ke olathulazwa nentloli.
Hierdie JOCOM toe besluit dat ons gaan
the JOCOM then decided that we were going to
'n gedeeltelike fase 2 mee begin,
that we will deploy partly the second stage 2.
Bagqiba ku JOCOM ngoba ke usiyawungena pha kwinqanaba ke ngoku lesibini.
Gedeeltelik beteken ons het
partly
nyalas
the nyalas
met die Lemmetjiesstraat sleepwaens
with the barbed wire trailers
in posisie geplaas,
would be deployed in position.
Ukuba ke ngoku ezi hippo zazinocingo lihlabayo lizawuhamba ziyomiswa apho
maar ons het nie die draad ontplooi nie.
But we did not deploy the wire.
kodwa ke ucingo oluhlabayo zange silutsale lona
Die aggressiewe aksies,
the aggressive action,
isenzo ke sobundlongololo
was ook gewees dat ons nog steeds mobiel kan wees.
Was that we should still be mobile.
sokubana ke ufuneka sihlale sihamba simile.
So die groep besluit om te beweeg na enige sleutelpunt.
If the group was then to decide to move to any key point,
ukuba ke iqela lizazothatha isigqibo sokuba sihambele kwezinye zezindawo zibalulekileyo,
maar ook om 'n defensiewe aksie daar te stel sodat dan die situasie verander.
But also to put up a defensive point in case it became necessary.
ukuba kwakuzobekwa indawo ezaba yeyokhuselo ukuba kwakufuneka uba kwenzeka into enjalo.
Voorsitter, was net 'n voorkomende aksie wat ons in plek reeds gereed gehad het.
This was just a preventive measure that we were taking, Mr. Chairperson, in case it became necessary.
Yayilinyathelo ke sasizolithatha ke ngokulo khuselo ukuba kwakuzofuneka uba kwenzeka into lolo hlobo.
Thank you, General. I think I understand. Chair, is this a convenient time to take the adjournment?
Yes, the Commission will adjourn until 9:30 tomorrow morning. I want to repeat, at 9:30 we will have the argument on the removal of the Commission to Centurion, and thereafter we will proceed with General Annandale's evidence.
Masitsho kokuba kusasa ngomsongo 9:30 kuyaqala ingxelo le kaMhlekazi uDali ephathelene nokusuka kweCommission kwenye indawo.
Can you hear me, bitch? Testing, Msebenzi. 1, 2. Yo, testing 1, 2. Msebenzi. You've got a phone there, free phone. Don't worry, I won't take it for my salary, that phone. You must just call, man. Or at least SMS, it's 5 cents. Can you hear me?
Good.com. Yes. Sharp. I need a mic.
You have a guest?
No. Where is it? .com, baby.
And there, where the mic. Johannesburg.
Shosho.
Standing by.
Yes, I can. Cool. .com, I'm putting this down.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Hello? What's wrong? I'm alright. Well, up to here. It's fine like this. Even tighter. Okay.
They're coming.
3 minutes.
3.
Yeah, I'm just saving my battery with the sun guard. So when you come to me, I'll switch it on. Okay. Okay. Tighter. Sure. Okay, all standing by. Standing by. Yeah. Still 1 minute. Don't worry, you're very far. 60 seconds. 60. Also do this side. Perfect. Stand by for 10 seconds.
Good afternoon, Francis. Yes, definitely. Quite a chaos. General Annandale admitting that officers from Gauteng were using a digital system while officers from the Northwest were using an analog system. And now an analog system only allows for one person to speak at a time. So meaning that if police officers on the ground were speaking to each other at the time that the general wanted to make very crucial instructions, he was not able to get through to that line because it only allows for two people to speak at a time, whereas the digital system only can allow multiple conversations to be taking place at a time. So definitely quite a lot of chaos on the ground, not a lot of instructions being able to filter through. Yes, quite an explosive testimony. And as soon as police wrapped up their evidence in chief, lawyers were at loggerheads over the fact that why does it take so long for evidence in chief to go on? Because he's been on the stand for 4 days now, and it was still evidence in chief, basically talking about the fact that why is it that there is no stringent rules in terms of the fact that how long should a witness be led in evidence, how long should a witness spend on the stand, how long should each lawyer spend on cross-examination, because lawyers are saying that this is starting to eat away at their pockets. And Judge Farlam actually saying that he has actually approached the presidency to try and request for an extension, which is not going to say for up until when, but lawyers definitely complaining that there should be more rules that should apply. Well, we haven't seen anything from them at this stage, because what General Annandale said was that this evidence, he was made aware of this evidence on 2 weeks after the massacre, and now this is evidence from a Protea Coin helicopter, which actually shot scenes of what happened at scene 1, where 16 miners were gunned down. Now, that is footage that has still not made its way to the Commission. Him saying that he actually thought that this footage was already submitted to the Commission as evidence, and actually even indicating that there was some other footage from water cannons as well, which also could be able to be helpful. Now, those are some of the things that have led him to not understand why that has not been brought forward to the Commission yet. And in fact, they actually knew about this particular footage when they had their meeting in Potchefstroom shortly after the massacre.
What are you doing?